Mid-stint, as well as the remaining drivers in that top 6. But unfortunately the likes of Diswood 1 and DJ making some barrier contact, as well as Morgan Davey and Speedy Tyres going into the dipper with engine damage as well. But as we're about to go under green flag racing, we've got a good start there by Speedy Tyres. He's already pulled out almost 0.8 of a second on the exit of Murray's Corner as he leads up through Hell Corner, turn 1 of this 6.213 kilometre circuit. We've got Speedy Tyres, JM50, just under a second between the two. Ando 787, a familiar name that we usually see in the Australian racing community, in 3rd place. Rocky Lily in 4th, and Silent in the top 5 with no positions made so far.
Ando then in 3rd place, strong running for the Mash Spuds at the moment. Further down the order, Woodsy still there in 7th place. DJ well outside the top 10 for now. And again, we've said it, it's early doors in the race. A bit of an issue there for Slappers, mate. Massive understeer in the RoboSport Nissan. That makes it an easy pass at the cutting. Although, just moments after the pass, Woodsy in the barriers. Thankfully, no damage. But a good illustration there. Even when you maybe don't even feel like you're pushing, it's just so easy to maybe get caught out by the aero wash from the car up ahead, or the tyres as they start to wear later in the race. It's so easy to make a minute error and cost yourself time, gain yourself damage around this circuit.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the more of this race and the more of the practice I saw over the rest of the week, the more I wish I hadn't given up my seat on Thursday. I think I might have been holding myself to standards that were slightly higher than the average GT7 race, as it turns out, but delighted to be in the box instead. Woodsy past Xylon then, and into the pits has gone Slappers' mate. Slappers with damage. He looked like he was struggling with understeer on that car. I don't know whether maybe they made a last-minute tweak that hasn't gone to plan, but certainly he's struggling for now. That moves DJ up to 11th place, but he hasn't exactly climbed the ranks like I was expecting in the early stages.
As he's sitting behind his former teammate in Viperset in 10th place. So the two drivers piloting the 24 Lexus RCF Pit Lane Esports entry to, unfortunately, what was a disappointing 5th place at the end of the Bathurst 1000. Unfortunately for them, Viperset got a disconnect late in the race, and he lost a couple of laps behind after trying to get back into the lobby in GT Sport, where back then it was very familiar to be getting disconnects, as we see Soul Reaper just trying to get out of the way there. You're so tight, and luckily for those drivers, they just escaped without causing any major damage. But unfortunately for those guys in Viper and DJ not getting the win last time out, but one of them will be looking out to get redemption.
Soul Reaper there losing 3 or 4 places in one fell swoop. Again, easy to do. The main task right now is stay on the lead lap, keep the car clean, so they don't need to worry about on-track positions necessarily right now, but try to on DJ.
There's a bit of damage there on the car of DJ. Unfortunately, he's with the right suspension that maybe looked like it was coming through the loaded side, going through the straight, and killing. Unfortunately, DJ clipped the wall there, so not having the best of times in the first 8 laps of his 42 laps in. Speedy Tyres, JM50, and still top 3 after the last safety car restart. DJ looks like he's just going to stick it out for a little bit, looking away for another safety car to come through. But as we saw on that early stage of the safety car restart, we saw Discord 1 climb up through the orders, making the overtakes on Slappers mate 117 and Cylon 96. So I wonder how far his progression is going to go before the next safety car could be called out.
Yeah, I mean, I tried this, the High Speed Ring 500, much to my own cost, ultimately. The temptation is always there to stay out and wait for the next engine damage, the next safety car with this format, but sometimes when you need them the most, they simply don't come. However, the High Speed Ring and Mount Panorama are two wildly different beasts, and we expect safety cars to be somewhat more frequent in this race, it must be said. We follow Viper Z right now. towards McPhillamy Park for another lap. Then what I think is McPhillamy Park bites for Viper's Head, and he is into the wall there. He hasn't ended up with engine damage, but obviously the front bodywork has taken a hit there. And we've seen that happen so many times over the years. So easy to do at McPhillamy. It's flat in theory, but much harder as you get further into the stint and when you have high levels of fuel in the car. And Viper's Ed, let's see if he toughs it out or whether he goes into the pits.
The difference with...
Yes.
It looks like he's coming into the pit lane right now, unfortunately. And then we see DJ right behind him, so following his former teammate in the pit lane esports, for Lexus, and we see those two jump in the pit as well as Rose. So he looks like he's also picked up some damage on his end of the car. Bathurst mate 117 rounding up the rear of the grid alongside the DPM brand host, who both look like they've got some damage under the safety car restart, but still leading out the way. Speedy Tyres 3.9 seconds over Jerem 50 and Andrew 787. So really good start by those top three, as well as Broccoli Lily. We have too much of Broccoli Lily, not even in the qualifying section. We don't really know what we're going to expect from Broccoli Lily in this stage of the race, whether he's got a lot of pace under his car or whether he might find it a little bit struggling towards the end, as we see Speedy Tyres fastest sector through sector 2, all up that top section. And I don't know about you boys, when you get the top section right at the top at Mount Panorama, it does feel great.
It really does, yeah, when you hook it all up. Particularly in the Honda, which can be tricky sometimes at corner apex. Well, just tricky in general, really, but certainly down through Skyline and the Dipper, it's so difficult, that car. When you hook it all together, it feels great. You see those last several laps since we've gone back to green flag, a 1:45.6, a 1:45.4, a 1:45.8, and now it looks like this time might register as a high 44 or a low 45. Speedy Tyres just consistently setting good, strong pace here, getting away from Jerem, doing everything he needs to do right now for the satellite team.
So he's at his fastest lap of 45.119, just only shy away from Diswood. As actually now we see Diswood back into the pit lane again. So he looks like he's also got some damage again on his car, and that's not what Diswood wants at this early stages of the race. He's made two mistakes and two trips in the pit lane, and that's not what he wants. That's not what the DP Motorsport wants. But good sign as well is Jeremy 50. He's been showing a lot of good pace, especially in the qualifying stages, where he was actually just faster than his co-driver in Captain Muffin 88. So those guys showed a lot of pace in qualifying. Unfortunately, as we see more Brock Lilly just get it too wide there and taking the Jamie Wing cut line and back in 2020 where they make contact with the barrier and cutting, and he poked up a lot of damage on that rear right. As we see a car ahead, Ando 787 looks like he's going slow as well, so something's happened to Ando's car as well. He's also got engine damage, so this could trigger another safety car as we wait to see for the lights to go out and for the message to appear in the lobby chat.
So in theory that should be a safety car. I understand most of these guys, there we go, Venti, our safety car driver, confirming there that the safety car is indeed now out on the circuit, and Ando with engine damage, the second one to trigger a safety car period in this race. You see the two Lexus cars there from ICEG running in third and fourth place, the 13 and the 55 cars. They were celebrating having cars into the top six shootout for the first time in enduro races. Earlier in the week, Speedy Tyres is into the pit lane, and so is Jerem. So I think this is just a case now of people getting rid of their rubber, getting some fresh tyres on the car, thinking they probably won't lose too much position. So just get some fresh rubber on now. The tyres are starting to get to be suboptimal. And here, frankly, especially in the section of circuit we're looking at now with Xylon at the wheel, you don't want worn tyres. The cars are so slippery in second gear anyway, particularly here out of Hell Corner. Fresh rubber can often be a good thing, but Xylon has taken the opportunity to claim the all-important lead of the Trackstars Bathurst 1000. So he's valuing track position and consistency right now.
Yeah, I think
I apologise again to Xylon for a fortnight ago at the High Speed Ring 500 where we had a little bit of a collision. We seem to be magnetically drawn to each other in the Porsche Cup Series at the start of the year as well, so I think I just need to keep socially distant from Xylon for the rest of my days. Absolutely great racer and a good signing for Mash Spuds. Good to see him leading the way. I'm not sure he's considering the airtime, but it is a solid theory, Jarman. Everyone look at the stickers.
Very
well. Many years ago, I know that someone managed to flag a free set of Dunlops many years ago in a saloon car series here in the UK after collecting one of their tyre banners and driving around with it for a few laps, or not a few laps, but they tried to get it back to pit lane with the sponsor hoarding on the car still, and the engine ended up cooking. So as a consolation prize, he got a free set of Dunlop tyres. Yeah. All it cost was one K20. Oh, the ebbs and flows of the Trackstars Bathurst 1000. You never know where anyone's quite going to be when the safety car is called. It's all dependent on the strategy when people decide to pit. And Diswood back up to P4 then. He will try and navigate his way back up to the sharp end of the pack in due course. It's going to be interesting to see exactly what happens when we do go to green flag, which in theory should be at the end of this second lap under safety car, which Venti handily confirms at the exact right moment. Thank you, Venti. Because of course Xylon is on that older rubber now. He's the only one among the first few who's still running on the set of tyres he started the race with. He is going to potentially be something of a sitting duck there, particularly in some of the traction-dependent corners. And that means that the chasing pack behind may end up compressing. And let's hope that everyone keeps their noses clean.
Very crucial for Speedy tyres to make the move on Tyler 96 as quickly as possible, because he knows he's got a fast Diswood 1, 2 positions behind him, and also there's the meet in the bread sandwich with Blue Rocks 22 in third place as well. Starting in last place, starting in the pit lane, you can say, after being very late to join the grid, only joining us with about 10 minutes to go before the race got underway. But Blue Rocks hanging around in third place. He will be one to keep an eye on as well. He's not one with the car, not one with Bathurst, but so far he's keeping it clean and hanging around in third place. So it'll be interesting. It'll be very interesting to see how quickly Diswood 1 can make his way through the field. And also you've got to consider Morgan Davey behind Diswood 1. He's also been showing a lot of pace in the number 55 Ice Cream Racing Lexus RCF. So he'll be one to try and tag along with Diswood 1 and try and catch up with Speedy tyres and then eventually try and take the lead of the race.
Well, that's why my analysis was that everyone's going to struggle to find room behind him rather than just disappear up the road ahead of him, because Xylon is a sturdy defensive driver and he will start lap 14 of the 2022 Trackstars Bathurst 1000 as race leader for Mash Spuds Racing Lexus. And let's see how he does in the Altapac sponsored car in the early stages of this third attempt at green flag running across the day. I'm inevitably going to lose track of the safety cars, but that is safety car period numero dos of the race so far completed. We're back to green flag action. Xylon punches the throttle to the firewall, and we are underway once again. Let's see if Speedy Tyres can find a way through. Let's see if anyone, including Larox, up to third place and Diswood in fourth, can challenge Speedy. Certainly Larox slow there through Hell Corner.
Brilliant run there by Speedy Tyres on the exit of Hell Corner. We look to see Speedy Tyres make that move. Strodo, yes he does. He pulls it to the inside and makes the move stick on Xylon 96. So getting the job done nice and early. As behind, we had the same as well with Diswood 1 making the move on Lurox 22. And Morgan Davies followed him through into the top four. So just like I said, these guys are the ones to keep an eye on. Morgan Davies, Diswood, as they try to get their way up towards Speedy Tyres for the lead of the race, with Diswood hounding the back of the 45 MSR Lexus rear wing, and it's very hard to make overtakes at the top of the hill. You just got to wait patiently and hope to think the driver ahead is going to make a mistake somewhere. But hopefully, with the dirty air, you don't make a mistake. But look at Morgan Davey. He's really trying to get onto the back of Diswood as we see another safety car called out there, ladies and gentlemen. So who's that at the back of the field that's caught engine damage? That believes to be Brock and Lilly. So very, very interesting. So Brockett was hanging around in fourth place there before the last safety car period, and he's all the way down in 14th and just got himself into a bit of trouble. And unfortunately, that's where we see him get engine damage. But a crucial move by Speedy Tyres, and Ken Diswood 1 do the exact same thing unless Xylon 96 decides to hit right now.
I think Xylon would be sorely tempted to take the opportunity to make the pit stop personally, but we'll have to wait and see. He might be trying to do this with just one stop, potentially. It's not out the realms of possibility. Of course, 42 laps of racing will hit that halfway point on lap 21. Right on board with Speedy Tyres, new race leader. He will pick up the safety car, his fellow Nissan, in the form of Venti. Venti will lead them around for what will likely be another 2 laps. See the yellow flags out. Don't be alarmed, that is just Venti. And we will now see a few drivers spill into the pits. In fact, almost nobody spilling into the pits. Xylon stays out.
With the Ando and Brock Lilly making their pit stops at the end of this side. This looks like it's going to be only a short period, ladies and gentlemen, as everyone is really bunched up, as obviously being the first lap of the restart of the Bathurst 1000, and a very long track compared to what we had last time at a high speed ring, a very short stick turn track. And we had at least about 2 or 3 laps to try and get everyone back onto a bunched order. But with Bathurst being a very tight and twisty and long circuit, it's probably going to be very quick to get everyone bunched up into the field. But I don't know if you saw there, fellas, that we saw Xylon have a little bit of a second tap with the throttle, both on the exit of Murray Corner and Hell Corner. He actually had 2 bites of the cherry to try and get power down on his Lexus, and you can definitely see it's definitely was really worn out, and he's confident on the throttle to get Speedy Tyres and
Yeah, sort of touching back on race strategies, I think Xylon may just be planning to go for that one stop. I think from my knowledge in practice, it is possible to sort of get to around that lap 20-21 mark, especially with safety cars coming into play. You can sort of stretch that out with tyres and get to the halfway point. Maybe he's thinking it's better to just take that track position and minimise the time that he spends in pit lane as much as possible.
Be a winning strategy by the 45. It could be a podium positioning from 45 at the end of stint 1. We shall wait and see, but we do know for a fact Speedy Tyres yet again leading the pack for the F1 start of the stint. I believe that stint number 4 behind the safety car after the safety car lights go out. 4 times that we've seen the safety car come out for this race. Now wait to see what happens in the restart. Speedy Tyres holding the pack closely behind. Xylon in second, Woodsy in third, Morgan in fourth. few positions have been changed around the last safety car restart, but Speedy Tires goes for it just before the exit of Morris Corner, and there you can see Styler 96 really struggling to get the power down, and he's already up to over 1 second between Speedy and Cylon. He's managed to pull the gap massively, but here comes Woodsy as he goes for a full spin. He's lost the car around and he's fixed himself some damage. A costly mistake by District 1 trying to make a move on Cylon 96. Got a little bit too eager on the throttle there, and Woodsy, unfortunately, not trying to make a move on Cylon in turn 1, has cost himself, and he's got damage as well, and he's got to do a full lap of the car. I don't think that's warrant of the safety car. Not sure, unless somebody up ahead has got engine damage.
Yeah, no engine damage visible on our end, certainly, but the safety car has exited onto the circuit. We haven't seen anyone copping engine damage out there, unless it's on Woodsy's end only, but I've never heard of that one before. That's most bizarre. The car is heavily damaged, but the engine is A-OK.
Yeah, that's a very strange one. Whether that was maybe someone like Venti seeing it on stream and going a bit trigger happy, who knows, but yeah, very strange call, and certainly not within the parameters of calling the safety car at that point.
I'm going to say no, that's definitely not. You don't want to really be called, you can't call a safety car when a car only just has suspension and aero damage. So I'm very surprised to see why the safety car is called out. So unless the stream hasn't picked up or the camera hasn't picked up that Woodsy does have damage, in fact, on our end, we can't see that.
The speed of the car over the mountain would suggest he didn't.
Very interesting call, and unfortunately, I guess the safety car is out. I think like Dharma said, he was a little bit too happy on the throttle and a little bit too eager just to get out and try and resurrect the race situation. Unfortunately, I do believe that is an unfortunate call and the wrong call.
That could be a little bit of controversy in the early stages. Ultimately, it shouldn't cost anyone too much. The only person it may benefit is Dis Wood, but that aside, of course, in these early stages, safety cars are expected. So while it is an error from Venti by the looks of it, it's not going to really hinder anyone too badly. He's already confirmed the safety car will be back in at the end of this lap, so it won't be out for long either. But we do have one too many GTRs out on the circuit at the moment.
Everything would be exiting pit lane on joining the rear, going to join the rear of the field behind Ando and Rockalili of the team place. So haven't seen too many progressions so far, but like we said over the course of the stint of the last couple of laps, Zyla 96 still hasn't made a pit stop yet, and he's using his time very well to try and save a lot of fuel in the 45, and like I said, go for that one stop, one more set of tyres, and then try and go for the run home or finish at the end of lap 42.
Just waiting to see how close Woodsy can get to the rest of the order at the moment. He should be there and ready to go. And it will be Speedy Tyres leading them off again. Woodsy, bless him, he's really just having a race at the moment where he finds himself at the back and has to work his way back up again. At the moment, he won't be sweating it too much right now, but of course, come the end of this 42-lap stint, it's going to be rather important that he, a championship contender, is at the sharp end.
Yes, that's sort of one thing that we have to keep in mind, is that there is points on offer for this individual race. 42 of them, of course, for the winner, as I'll let you take the call again for the restart.
Speedy Tyres takes the start for Satellite then, and is our race leader on lap 18 of 42. Xylon still there in second place, still there on tyres that have now seen some things. I've got food items in the fridge that are a bit newer than those tyres, and it's proving to be costly. Morgan Davey with a much better run out of Hell corner. Really easy overtake there, and it looked like it was side by side as well between Lurox and Jerem for 4th place. Lurox 4th, Jerem in 5th. But Xylon, I think, is going to struggle up against everyone else in this first lap returning to action. It surely can't be too long before he makes a pit stop. Question is he going to hold on and hope that the white knuckle ride doesn't become too scary over the mountain? He's already had a bit of a moment there. The thing is, he's now probably going to have to pit under green flag conditions unless we have another major incident.
Well, unfortunately, we did not see any contact there on Xylon and Lurox's car, both really playing the boundaries on the exit onto the barriers and really trying to kiss that wall, trying to extract so much speed out of their cars on what is very limited tyres, racing medium tyres that they have. Xylon just runs a little bit wide on the exit of Forest Elbow, and Lurox right behind in 4th place. So the 2 drivers with used rubber in 3rd and 4th, and the likes of Garen 50 and DJ, who's now moved himself up into 6th place after not the first great lap that he's had at the start of the stint. He's up into 6th place with his teammate EBM Brandosa. They're fighting from the top 8, but there we see Lurox 22 making the move on Xylon 96, and maybe Lurox has saved better tyres compared to Xylon 96, and he's up into 3rd place. Xylon drops down to 4th.
Xylon falling through the pack, and we are engine damage for Slapper's mate. So Slappers with damage, Broccolilli also with engine damage. They must have a lot of spare parts in the back of that garage. Venti back out on the circuit, safety car out for a 4th time then in less than 20 laps of racing, and once again the pit lane is flooded, and once again Xylon has said, no, you know what, I like these tyres, they're doing me well.
Xylon's going full Lightning McQueen here.
Exactly right. Try to the tyres explode episode.
Oh dear. Well, does everyone remember when Vettel pitted at the end of lap 1 at Monza and then did 52 laps to get to the end? In fact, no, it was the other way round. He did 52 laps and then pitted on the last lap. It could be something like that for Xylon. At the moment, he's making those tyres last. Maybe he's accidentally read the 2005 Formula 1 technical regs where pit stops weren't allowed instead of the driver briefing. Nonetheless, he's there in 4th place for now, keeping hold of that track position. And I mean, to be fair to him, he has been up and down the order far less than anyone else out there on circuit. So I'd say the proof is in the consistent footing.
Yeah, absolutely. He's doing really well for the 45, and I know his teammate Raddy McForhead will be very delighted to see the number 45 in 4th place at the time being of lap 19 of 42. So he'll be very delighted to see that car inside the top 5. It's very crucial to see whether, if Raddy comes into stint 2 for the short sprint of 24 laps, or we'd say it's short sprint, it could be played with safety cars, maybe every lap could be a safety car lap, we don't know yet. But so far, we've been going through that kind of system during this stint of the broadcast, where stint 1 has been plagued with a lot of safety cars. 1 lap, green flag racing, next lap, safety car, and then back and forth, back and forth. But as the nature of Bathurst, ladies and gentlemen, it is a very gruesome track. Mistakes do happen, and you make a mistake, it costs you very dearly.
What we lack in kangaroo invasions, we make up for in incidents here in the Trackstars Bathurst 1000. I'm sure that will come to a Gran Turismo 8 patch near you. Venti, though, leads them for now, and he will do so for 1 more lap before we go back to green flag conditions. Will still be speedy tyres at the head of the order. Xylon stays out again. I'm always watching for that Mash Spuds car to dip into the pits. It just never seems to quite happen. Venti is only, 10 laps down at the moment, so that tells you all we need to know about the safety car at this stage. Make it 11 laps, but nonetheless, Speedy Tyres has seen a lot of the rear end of that car in recent times. Speedy continuing to lead for the satellite team. And, I know he ended up getting DQ'd from the shootout yesterday, but the fact that he was so close to Mint Matt yesterday in that shootout session was extremely impressive from Speedy.
I mean, both drivers showed some really pure class in qualifying 2 on Friday night. They both showed that they have the pace to race each other. They know Speedy knows that he can take the challenge to win that for the glory of Bathurst 1000, as he is the defending champion alongside District 1 from 2021. So he knows his way around Mount Panorama. So does Matt, as he's been driving around here as well back in the old 24 and back in the Bathurst 12 hour only a few years ago with the factory district GTR team. So Matt knows on real life experience, and Speedy Tyres knows the sim world experience and knowledge around Mount Panorama. But you've got to keep an eye on Morgan Davey, gentlemen. We've got Morgan Davey right behind, being the quiet assassin, you could say. Picked up damage at the early phase of the race on lap 1. But now he's just been quietly chipping away, trying to move up the field, try and get out of people's way, especially with the damages from District 1 and a few drivers ahead of him. And he's managed to make the move on Tylon and the Rocks 22 back on
Lurox himself is doing a great job as well for Robosport right now. He was struggling to get the laps in the qualifying session. He was late to the car today, but now that it's all mattering, now that we're into the race proper, it seems as though Lurox 22 is starting to show what he can do in terms of race pace and consistency.
Lurox is definitely
That's not a tee up for a commentator's curse.
Yeah, Lurox is not really won with these cars. Remember, he was a late replacement for what was the full-time driver in Colin T24, who started out the first 5 rounds of the Touring Car Championship. Lurox stepped up out of TS2 as we see Speedy Tyres. I thought he made the early jump there. Looked like he was going pretty fast around the chase. But he's holding the back there at about 140 kilometres. Keep an eye on Morgan Davey right behind, with Lurox and Silent sitting pretty behind in 3rd and 4th place as we're about to go. Not green flag racing, so he's holding up a little bit on pit straight, and there he goes. He's pulled the trigger, and he's out to just under 5 tenths of a second there between Speedy Tyres and Morgan Davey, handling around in first and second place. So we see Morgan Davey go spinning around as well there. I just caught him in the background, and there we have Morgan Davey. Again, the same incident that Diswood 1 had, no engine damage. I'm so surprised how he did not get engine damage. It looks like he made contact with the front end on the wall on the inside, but weirdly enough, no engine damage.
Yes, well, of course, in the case of Diswood, the car's mid-engine.
He's still spinning ahead.
Yeah, Morgan Davey has something going on there. I think he's trying to get engine damage. So really, that's poor driving from Morgan. Sorry. But that is quite blatant.
Not so sure what's been going on there with Morgan Davies, unfortunately. So we don't know whether he's been really trying to struggle to get the traction down, or whether that is deliberate. We can't really tell what goes on in the mind of the drivers. But unfortunately, that is yet another safety car for this time round, as we have still had Speedy Tyres leading the way ahead of Lurox and Solomon. So again, very questionable by the car 55 and the end up having that incident. Looks like we're getting onto not too much curving on the entry of the exit of the corner. He gassed it up with the rear tyres. The same thing that Mr. 1 did, and unfortunately they've got him some damage, not engine, only front aero and rear end damage car.
Well, if you ever need evidence of why you shouldn't Scandi flick an 850 brake horsepower car in a straight line, we just saw it. Safety car is back out. Speedy Tyres still leads the way. The big question, though, is what does Xylon do? We're now halfway through the race, and he's into the pit lane. It's finally happened. Rest in peace to these hard-serving, hard-working Dunlop Dureza tyres. They'll be hung up on the mantle at Match Spuds for years to come.
Oh, that's funny. But I think he decided to pit because he does have wing damage back in his car as well. So I feel like it was time for him to make the pit and to make the pit entry this time by on lap 22 or 42. So we're just over half the race distance for this first stint of the Bathurst 1000, with Island 96 finally changing tyres and finally changing fixing up the rear end of his 45 MSR Lexus. But he's made his pit stop, Adam. We're all very happy to see that. And, yep, we've taken that back to the trophy cabinet. He will say, oh, Jesus, calm down, fella. Oh, vent is going off as well. What's going on here?
Oh, no.
Oh, we always give Benji a bit of a stick about overdriving the safety car, and then we just caught it on the camera and said, "Thanks, Jarman." We've got that in the memory bank.
Caught in 4K. There's a lot of things being broadcast out that perhaps certain drivers wouldn't have liked to have seen on stream. Speedy Tyres then is both the race leader and the safety car right now, I guess by default. Where is Venti?
Oh no, I feel like I do have a feeling he could be stuck. It's not making any moves at all.
Someone note down the timestamp for this so Diswood 1 can do a track card.
There we go.
Oh no!
I think
And
you're
he
trying
only
to...
needed just outwipes.
Yeah, that would have been an interesting conversation later on if 5% was collected in that.
Oh no. The safety car goes to strikes again for TSS Gaming. The man that decided to put over 1,000 horsepower in the Nissan GTR in the Formula Championship and managed to spin it out twice. Not on his own, but with the AI also spinning the car out. So a little bit of a banter over between him and the rest of the boys. They're going a little stick about not being the best safety car driver out there. But I think some of us have had a few goes in the safety cars and all made a few mistakes every now and then. I think Benji.
I think at this point he's realised it might be safer just to sit there and wait for everyone rather than try to catch back up.
Yes, that is wise actually. I'll give him props on that. That's probably quite wise, although I'd suggest he maybe wait on Conrod rather than halfway between the Dipper and Forest Elbow, just to make sure we don't have any further calamities for the safety car. Nonetheless, the GTR will soon be leading the pack. At least this one will be.
And maybe get it out of reverse as well. That could be very interesting later on.
Oh no. As we look towards the field at the front and we wait for them to come through the Dipper, I'll wait to see what Benji does next. Oh, Speedy Tyres has gone through. He's got damage.
Yeah.
What's going on here? This is calamities here for the race leader. And Speedy Tyres has got his damage under safety car conditions. And this is not what Speedy Tyres won, and this will give the lead to Lurok 22. The man that started in the pit lane, the man that started in the rear of the grid, he'll be leading the Bathurst 1000 at the beginning of lap 24.
I do assure you that these guys can actually drive.
The mountain bites us all. And we're seeing prime examples of that out on circuit right now. We will have Venti rolling again. There he goes. And we will be picking up the safety car again for just a few moments before we go back to green flag conditions. But what's Speedy Tyres going to do now? He has pace over Lurox. We've seen that. Can he withstand the pressure from Lurox and hold on to the lead? Will he even try to do that? Or is he going to duck into the pit lane?
I feel like he will need to try and get in because it's a very long. We've still got a long way to go in the first stint of Bathurst 1000. Only just about 20 laps to go, or just under 20 laps to go at the end of the safety car period. So Speedy Tyres, I think, will need to think about making that pit, maybe pit on some fresh rubber. It looks like his tyres are wearing out a little bit as he did come in at the commencing of the second safety car period.
Did anyone else see the kangaroo in the background?
Oh, I didn't actually. So we've got animals here at Mount Panorama, so we can also see if they venture out onto the track. But look us up in fourth place, fellas. DJ is actually climbing through the field, and he's got himself over in a very good position in fourth place. So we'll wait and see what he can do. And Speedy Tyres does stay out. Speedy Tyres stays out with front left damage. And we'll wait and see what he does as we're back under green flag racing, going into Hell Corner. Speedy Tyres 41. Adelaide Racing Nissan leads the way ahead of Lurox 22, Andrew 787 in third place, and DJ right on the tails in fourth, and Baron 50 and Distal DP cars in sixth place.
So Ando there, very close to the back of Lurox. I thought Lurox would be the one challenging Speedy. And Ando there just running it deep into the corner. That allows DJ through into third place. DJ then moves up another place. But Speedy Tyres has actually made a little bit of a break at the sharp end of the order. I was thinking that the suspension damage would hinder him in a straight line, and Lurox barely keeping it in a straight line.
Incredible catch there from Lurox, and that's going to bring Disappointed right on the back, and probably some smart racing there from Disappointed as well, just to back off a little bit and just let him regather himself rather than force the issue and maybe cause an incident there.
Holding pretty in third place. Wait and see what the next Lurox has. He's also on worn tyres. Looks like Silent 96. We're keeping our eye on Silent with worn tyres. But now Lurox has got worn tyres, and he's actually just got a really poor exit going into out of the exit of Forest Elbow on Conrod, and he was with DJ, and he might lose the standard if he does. So he's got 2 positions, basically 1 corner. DJ up position could be the lead race for Speedy Tyres.
And look at the time gain that Disappointed just got on Speedy Tyres down Conrod Straight. That was nearly a second taken out of Speedy Tyres' lead, so the damage really affecting Speedy there, and Disappointed now on the hunt for the race lead here.
The tyres are speedy, the suspension less so at this stage then. We had one car coming into the pit lane further back, but Speedy Tyres continues to stay out there with a ride on board with DJ. Great view of his work there from the cockpit of the It's Racing Esports Honda entry, and DJ with purple sector split 1, he's pushing on. I think this is practically the first time he's had anything like clean air since this race got started, since lap number 1, and he is capitalising on that. He's capitalising on the damage to Speedy Tyres' car. He's hunting for that lead, but as I say that, he gets very squirrely on power application coming out of the cutting. So easy to do, well held.
Very well held there, and Nando's right on the back of him as well, so he's actually trying to catch up with DJ. As we see Lurox into the wall, he's actually made contact with the loaded side of the car, makes the wall up the exit of the race going into the Philomene, and that's got him some damage in the car, so that'll be a good excuse to jump into the pit lane and change tyres on the number 22 Robo Sport Racing entry.
So damage for Lurox, I imagine he will decide to deal in at the end of the lap, and now he definitely will. Engine damage, this will trigger another safety car.
This could be a good blessing for Speedy Tyres if the safety car is called out as early as it can, but then we see DJ, he makes the move, he made it just before the safety car got called out. So a brilliant move there by DJ with the number 95 It's Racing Honda. He just made the move just before the safety car text was put in the chat, and a brilliant move, and that was a really nice overtake there by DJ on Speedy Tyres.
Always felt likely to happen on Conrod, given the straight line speed disadvantage to the damaged GTR of Speedy Tyres, but DJ just about, as you said, had, I don't think, even the whole car ahead at the point of the safety car coming out, but he is now our race leader. Into the pits has gone Speedy Tyres then, and it is DJ from Ando, from Diswood, from Jerem in the top 4, and Brandosa there in 5th place, making it something of an It's Racing Esports sandwich in the top 5 at the moment. Safety car back out again.
We had ourselves a couple of laps of green flag racing. There's a little bit more racing equally. Take 1 lap extra of racing for our drivers. So feel some of them are just trying to exploit the track a little bit too much, and they're really taking advantage of their cars, whether they're on worn tyres or on fresh tyres. I feel like they're maybe overstepping the marks a little bit. It's a lot of mistakes there, and a lot of trigger-happy Hondas and Lexus distance on the especially the active cutting and even more top. See what the strategy could be towards the end of the stint, as we do know that at the end of lap 38, I believe. Yes, at the end of lap 38 is the last lap that the safety car can be called out. So once we get to 38, that is it. They're all under green flag racing. Engine damage or not, you can pick up any kind of damage. You're on your own, unfortunately.
That will be a challenge for everybody at the end of the race. You'll need to keep yourself tidy in the final stages. Of course, if you do slam it into the wall out of Hell Corner, chances are you're going a lap down right at the end of the stint there. Everyone else, though, still running and still on the lead lap at this stage of the race right now. Everyone still firmly in contention, and this race is going to be really something of a guessing game until the final laps of action. It is kind of like an old school Daytona 24 hours, or indeed the Bathurst 1000 itself, in which you know there's going to be a safety car towards the end, and until we see what order they're in towards the end of the race, we're not really going to know who's going to be fighting for victory.
I know, Chris. Yeah, it is very early days. We think it's still early days, but the laps are ticking over, and they tick over pretty fast here at Mount Panorama. As you think one lap is done, you've got another one to go, but then it just flies by pretty quick. Drivers do love Mount Panorama, and it's one of the greatest tracks that all Australians love, whether they are motorsport fans or non-motorsport fans. They always know that Mount Panorama is one of the greatest tracks in Australia, and potentially at the top of the list of all international drivers, as the safety car driver is about to pull into the pit lane.
I was speaking several months ago now to Martin Short, who is a big proponent of Mosler racing cars here in the UK and indeed globally. He entered a Mosler MT900R into the Bathurst 24-hour back in 2003, and was one of the primary challengers to the big 7-litre Holden Monaros that were racing that year. And he said, you know what, I've done Spa numerous times, I've done Le Mans several times, but 24 hours of racing at Bathurst is something, you know, unlike anything else I've ever done and anything I ever will do. Of course, the 1000, slightly different beast from the now sadly defunct 24-hour race that only ran for a couple of years here at Bathurst. But to your point, international drivers, international teams that have had the opportunity to sample the mountain, of course most frequently in the Bathurst 12-hour race of the modern era, everyone has glowing words, glowing reviews, and an innate desire to get back. Pro drivers will be back in the Bathurst 12 hours for the first time in a few years in 2023. We look forward to that spectacle. We've got a spectacle all of our own coming up, though, as we will return to green flag action with DJ in the 95 It's Racing esports car in the lead.
DJ with fresh tyres in the 95, leading the pack ahead of Ando 787 and his good mate Biscuit 1 in third, with his teammate Jeremy 50 in fourth place, but EBM Brandosa rounding out the top 5. The two It's Racing cars in the top 5 and the two CP cars in the top 4. So this will be a very interesting strategy to see who can be the lead Honda at the end of this race come end of lap 42. But DJ leads back 140 kilometres. Speed limit, no more weaving for our drivers. We've got a couple of surprise packages as well, with Sol Reaper in 6th place, so he's as well keeping out of harm's way and keeping steady in 6th place behind EBM Brandos. Morgan Davey in 7th and Brock Lilly, the Two Eyes Racing Group cars in 7th and 8th place. As Biswood pulls the trigger, and he's out and away, leading Ando 787. He's pulled out just almost under 8/10 of a second there between him and Ando 787, and we see DJ going into Hell Corner as the leader of at lap 28 of 42.
So DJ immediately building what looks to be coming up on 9/10 of a second off the launch of this start, or this restart, and Ando coming under pressure potentially from Diswood, not quite close enough heading into Griffin's Bend on this lap, Diswood, but you get the feeling he wants to get it done before they go to the mountain. I don't think he's quite going to get there though, unless he makes a mighty lunge at the cutting, which he quite wisely decides not to do. So Ando is going to remain there in 2nd place for now. We haven't seen DJ and Diswood wheel to wheel that much so far in this race, but certainly two of the primary title contenders in this one, both taking the helm in the first stint of the race. It would be quite good to see them have a, let's say, a gentle dispute out there on circuit at some point before the end of this 42 lapper.
It looks like DJ is feeling really comfortable in the car at this phase of the race. He's about 1.2 ahead of Ando 787. Ando struggling a little bit on the rear tyres. As you can see there, the traction is very limited for Ando 787, and we can see Diswood 1 on the rear wing of the 32 National Buzz Racing Lexus, and he just pulls out to the outside, which will lead towards the inside going into the chase. That he's actually made the move before going into the pink at the case. and he's up at the second and Andon back down to third with Jerem 50 and Brando and Soul Reaper hanging around in their same positions in sixth place. We'll look down in seventh. We have Speedy Tyres crawling up through the field as well, up in seventh place. So here's one to keep an eye on if there are any more safety cars to play in the end of this stint.
So 3 cars of the championship top 4 in the top 3 positions at the moment. The Ando 78732 car, of course, that being your car, Spud. They're in 4th in the championship right now behind the fellow Mash Spuds Racing Lexus. But it is DJ and Diswood. They're now running 1-2 for Honda, albeit from 2 different teams. That, of course, being It's Racing Esports and CP Motorsports. Woodsy has had a rough shake of it so far in this race. DJ hasn't had a clean one so far either. I think both of them now will be hoping to get some green flag running and stretch their legs and duel this one out in racing conditions.
You see the field is well, looks like they're all pretty well bunched up in the middle of the track and going up the mountain on the exit of the cutting there. So we've got a bit of a gap there between Brandosa and Soul Reaper. So it looks like Soul Reaper could be the cork of the bottle of ahead of Speedy Tyres. Yes, so we can do see Soul Reaper just struggling for a little bit of pace compared to Speedy Tyres. Obviously, he knows that Speedy is one of the faster drivers compared to him. So obviously, Speedy will be waiting for his time to come on Conrod, and will make that move swiftly at any moment now. Coming in for a elbow, also hold the inside line, run the car a little bit too wide, nearly clamped the ball on the exit of Forest Elbow, and Speedy Tyres almost had a run, but it looks like that's a rear of him. That GTR, but he's right in the slipstream. He's not gaining as much as just one had. So he's gaining. Will he make a move going into the chase? No, he doesn't. So he's got another lap behind Soul Reaper, and this is going to cost him massively between the gap between him and Brandosa in fifth.
Yeah, Soul Reaper obviously has every right to stand his ground there for WRT Motorsports. Everyone on the lead lap, and it is the 2 WRT Hondas either side of Speedy Tyres right now. Solid first stint for Bite the Roses down there in 8th place as Brocker Lilly enters the pit lane. We've had a couple of cars into the pits since green flag began as well. Unfortunately, though, for those with damage, no one has engine damage, and Viper Z with a penalty to boot as well. He's down there in 14th place, firmly in no man's land, and I don't think we'd have expected that from him by the end of the last stint, or first stint.
Absolutely not. That's a very shocking surprise there to see Viper down there. And it's not jumping up where we would usually see Viper in any form of racing, whether it's in track style or whether it's in any other league series. We never usually see Viper down the order, especially at the end of the 14 man field. We do see Speedy has finally made the move on Soul Reaper. He's already captained by about 4 seconds. I would think maybe Soul Reaper had a bit of a mistake going into Hell Corner, and that's why the captain that huge. You'd like the Rose in 8th place, doing a solid job in your shoes, Adam, holding the car in 8th place. The late substitution for Rose and yourself with the Robert Sport entry in 8th. I
think Larox may have just had a bit of a moment there as we cut away from him. It looked like he had something of a half spin. Hopefully he's kept that out of the wall. Brandosa closing in on Jerem 50 then in another instance of the chase, or the CP Motorsport versus It's Racing Esports battle then for 4th and 5th position. But yeah, to your point, Viper not where I'd expect him to be at all at this stage. No harm, no foul as long as he keeps it on the lead lap, you'd say, but nonetheless, he is not had the best of stints thus far. We'll see whether we're now in a phase of green flag running. We had one car dipping into the pits there, and that was Soul Reaper, I believe. So Soul Reaper in, and to your point on Roses, yeah, he took the seat quite late. I was meant to race in this car as of Thursday. I must admit, I just did not have any fun at all in qualifying. I was finding walls where I didn't know they were. And Woodsy almost found a wall there with that twitch of oversteer. But Roses was very keen on taking part in this race. He made that clear in the Discord during the week, and since he was free to take the seat, and I said to him, you remember our time zone, it's pretty poor for us, and he went, yeah, don't worry, I'm a night owl, I can do this, and so far he's doing a good job.
Absolutely, and we saw a couple of moments there where Discord ones having sitting not having a really fun time with the rear end of the number 1 CP Motorsports Honda, who's getting a little bit tail waggy there. You can see on the rear tyres, they are really wearing out a fair bit. But he's keeping pace with DJ, and so is Ando 787. So Ando's not really dropping far back compared to these guys with the 2 Hondas leading the way. And DJ's holding his own. He's getting some good consistent laps here. Obviously, one lap he might be pretty quick. One lap he just does maybe a little bit of a cool down, and then he goes back up. A one drive I'm really surprised in not seeing up there a little bit further up and challenging for the lead is actually Jerem 50. Like I said earlier in the broadcast, that we saw Jerem 50 set a really good blistering lap time in qualifying, and obviously he showed the pace, he showed the field that he could contend with the likes of Captain Risky and Lunacy and DJ and a few others up to the top 5. But unfortunately, when it comes to the race, he's just lacking a little bit, and he's struggling to keep that car in 4th place with EBM Brandosa really hounding the rear wing of the 50. But look behind, we see Speedy tyres. He's gained so much time, and we can see it on the lap time. He's actually set the fast lap there, so heads down and all fit to go for Speedy tyres in car 41, setting the fastest lap and on the card. Brandosa. Still leading the way. We have DJ and Diswood, their mates in first and second with Ando 787. As we see, it looks a potential move there by EBM Brandosa in the corner. That's unheard of, as in the famous words of Neil Crompton in 2014. We've got EBM Brandosa trying to make a move on Jerem 50, but Speedy Tyres really gained so much time. He's got so much pace in that Mid-stint GTR. He's going to start making a move on not just one driver, but he could get both of them within the same lap. Surely not. Brandosa looks like a better run compared to Jerem 50. Maybe it looks like Jerem has got a little bit more downforce on that 50cc motorsport. He's not really keeping up with Brando. Even in the slipstream, he's really struggling to keep up with number 34. And that's EBM Brandosa to 4th. Jerem holds on to 5th. Speedy Tyres working in the background in the 6th place. But we can see the Robbo Sport cars in 7 and 8 as we see now. Jerem 50 into the pit lane. Whether that was damage or whether more tyres Jerem 50 has made looks to be, and hopefully his final stop of this racing sim. They're on lap 33 or 42. Plenty more racing to go, but a crucial lap 38 of 42 is the last time we will see the safety car on the track. So drivers have to be very careful not get damaged after lap 38.
Yeah, exactly right. We have had one of our longer spells of green flag racing so far in this 42-lap first segment of the Bathurst 1000. And I think these two will be quite happy at the sharp end for it to continue on. Of course, neither man with the freshest of rubber as well. Will that play a factor if we do go green to the finish, as Woodsy runs it a bit wide there?
Oh, a very good consistent line there, Woodsy and DJ, and they're all flapping around the same pace. Just the same as just like Ando 787 is really playing with the rear end on that number 1, but he's gaining time. So whether he's trying to slide the car, very traction dependent on that Honda, and he's finding some pace out of it. It's very hard to believe how he's finding pace with the car. He's so tail happy. He's gained his cap and like 4 tenths in that second alone, and he's really on the back end of DJ's 95 Honda. And he's thinking to have a bit of a kick on DJ going down the chase. He's showing the nose there, maybe going to fade, maybe going to scare DJ making for a move, but he's a lot closer now. So a really good run out of the chase going into Murray's corner too, and go on board with this one looking at the back end. 95 in race team, car going through hell corner. What's the car like? What's the car behaving like? The exit of this corner. Very sturdy, very clear. Looks like DJ's got a better run. Compared to just the one, but he's right in the slipstream of 95, and he'll look to make a move. If not this lap, maybe towards the end of the race.
Engine damage has been called by Viper Z just now. So Viper Z, he's been setting some good pace. He's got the fastest lap of anybody out there on circuit, but now he is limping the car through the elbow, and he's about to be into the pit lane. Everyone else is about to be joined by Venti out on the circuit once more. Safety car out then, and that's twisting the tail once again. Could this be the final outing for the Trackstar safety car before the end of this first segment of the race?
Well, as you've got to remember, these cars are just going around the track right now. So you can see DJ and Discord are already up to the top of the mountain, or going down the mountain rather. So they're on lap 34, 35, and they only have at least 2 more laps before that safety car period ends. So it's very crucial to see what happens and how quickly these guys can catch up with the likes of Xylem 96 and Bathurst trying to get through and try and catch up with the pack. But they've only got about, what have we got? We've got them on Conrod Straight right now as Ben's parked up on Mountain Straight on the other end of the track. Now we shall wait and see as he plucks in reverse. When you get cars behind you, my friend.
He likes scaring us with that reverse gear, but nonetheless, we will see.
No pits, no pitting for DJ or Discord. I think I saw Ando's doing a pit. Yes, he has. And he looked at that. He's right on the fuel gauge, 2 litres on the car. How he managed to do that? But he was bound to make a pit stop anyway. So this could be a blessing. This could be a saving for Ando's 787. And we see as well, speedy tyres pit lane as well, so he's looking to put on a fresh set of rubber for the end of the race. Interesting tactics here, where with the 2 lead cars, or we can say the 4 lead cars. Sorry, now we actually add Lurok's. I think we'll apologise. Lurok's in the top 5, not making a pit stop, but we did see Lurok's in one of the safety cars earlier on. He actually did come into the pit lane and put on a fresh set of rubber after he got some damage. So it will be very interesting to see what the number 22 can do. And Speedy Tyres comes out in 6th place, so he's the man to keep an eye on as he comes to join the back of the field in 5th place.
So then the safety car leads them around once again for what should be the final outing of the road-going GTR in this race. DJ and Diswood both not coming in. I was shocked as you were there, I must say. Those tyres are looking a little bit second-hand, and particularly if you're Diswood. I mean, as you alluded to, at this very section of the circuit, it does seem that he is, rather Tokyo Drift about everything from corner to corner to corner. And I just wonder whether he will have the freshest of rubber by the end of the race. Counterpoint, though, of course, is that with so few laps remaining, track position is arguably a more important currency. Me being a less than aggressive thinker, I would just want the grip, but Woodsy can handle a taily car. We've seen that. He's committing to the bit, committing to the challenge with DJ for the points at the end of this race.
These cars still on Mountain Straight there, for the last car on Mountain Straight, and these guys are coming through the chase right now. Lap 35 of 42, so that's a few more laps. Zylan's in the pit lane right now, so he did make an early pit stop there. But they just raced the ball on his out lap, unfortunately. He fight the roads, penalty. Very easy to do on this track, especially on the exit. Can sometimes put you on the white line on the right hand side on pit exit, but even the entry as well will be very interesting as well. But as he's also picking up damage, so again, more time under the safety car, meaning this is potentially the last safety car for fellas.
I would now think that since everyone has settled into the cars a bit more than they were in the teens, lap 10 to 20 was very safety car heavy. I think that at this stage they're a little cleaner, but then again we are at now the critical phase of this first segment of the race, so I don't know, you could take it either way. We saw that Roses had some damage there and was coming into the pit lane. I would hedge bets that we're going to go green flag to the end, but I've said it now, so it's probably not going to happen.
Going to get past that time at 5% of 1 minute 44.4, so a low tank fuel, 5% of the pace. And I think this could be a good call for DJ and Discord for track position, very key, especially going into stint 2, which is going to be a shorter shorter of the 4 stint races with 24 laps to play in hand for either the same driver staying in the car or for a swap and change for co-drivers or main drivers stepping into their respective vehicles. DJ Diswood and EBM Brandosa, nice recovery drive there by EBM. Brandosa in third, Slackers and Lurox in fourth, the speedy guys looking to have a fresh rubber. But I actually want to look down the field between Slackers and Lurox, who actually has better rubber between those two cars. We're going to see who actually has better rubber. We know Speedy will, but is anyone in that field between them, between DJ and Speedy, does anyone else have a fresh rubber?
So I think we're going to get at least one more lap behind the safety car, are we? Or are we in this time?
Looks like we're going to have one more. Yeah, car is going through Solomon. So, unfortunately, Adam, this will be the last lap. The late cross the start-finish line, that will be the final safety car. So after this, you're on your own. 5 laps.
Oh boy.
Sprint. Pick yourself up some damage, but it's tough luck for you. You won't be able to call out a safety car. You get engine damage, it's also tough luck for you. So you look at the cars behind, right to the field, or towards the rear of the field, he needs to try and negotiate the traffic as quickly as he can and try and put the grip on F1 in a very consistent into or whether it might be in the car or if I have a feeling it might be the case like speed in general, or it will be one that will finish the race off in fourth. That'll be up to what the number 95 does as well, is whether we see DJ in the car hooked into or whether he brings it mode spin mat to pilot 95 into. We shall wait and see if maybe just put one might bring in Lunacy for stint 2 and EBM Brandosa might bring in John. We don't know yet, so that stint is to come. So we've only got about a lap, we've only got about 6 laps to go. Anybody's game, but I have the feeling the guy who's been played is for better position.
So then DJ already backing off a little bit from the back of Venti at the moment as we ready ourselves for the flying 5-lap finale for this one. It's 3 Hondas at the sharp end right now, one from It's Racing, one from CP Motorsports, rather the other way around, one from It's Racing and 2 from CP Motorsports, but nonetheless it is the H mark, the H badge on all 3 cars at the sharp end right now, but you've got some quick drivers there looking to try and work their way through. You do have 2, of course, of the Robo Sport cars there in 4th and 5th place, both Slappers and Lurox. Lurox has been up there pretty much all afternoon so far, it must be said. He's had fairly significant stints towards the sharp end of the race at this stage. Slappers, though, less so. He may struggle a bit in the early going here. I think a few people are going to be keen to try and latch on to these 3 as Diswood is making his intentions very clear.
He's doing what Max Verstappen did to Lewis Hamilton at the finale, on the final lap of the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix last year to take out the championship. So he's playing the mind games with DJ. He's wanted to think whether he makes a mistake or whether Diswood makes a mistake. So it's all cool heads for this last 5 laps for our drivers here. And for this very early morning stage, we're on about 11:50 a.m. local time here in Sydney. And we are about to get ourselves underway with 5 laps remaining. DJ and Diswood leading the pack ahead of EBM Brandosa and the 2 Robo Sport cars, Slappers and Lurox, in the top 5 as he's not gone just yet. And now he puts the hammer down. He's off and he's away. Diswood right behind DJ as we see cars scattering around on pit straight, trying to make early moves going into Hell Corner. No one looks like they've made any mistakes on the exit. That looks all pretty clean. We see drivers going through DJ, Diswood, Rando, Clappers, Lurox, Speedy, Jerem and Rockabilly inside the top 8.
There you go then, so that's our leading 8 as we run through Griffin's Bend. We continue to run at full speed until the checkered flag is out now, as DJ leads them up the hill towards the cutting, and now up over the top of the mountain proper here at Quarry Corner. DJ has had a few issues in this race so far. It was lap 1 where we saw him have dramas, and we just see their Slapper's mate. He's got very worn tyres and practically no fuel. I'm not sure he's making it to the end, so this 4th place for him right now, more symbolic than anything, and Lurox has been demoted to 7th, 8th. He's fallen out of the top 8, in fact, so I think the other Robbo Sport car has some issues too.
And we can see Speedy Tyres right on the back of Slapper's mate, 117, and then we can also see Viperset in 7th place as well, so he's on the charge as well after getting engine damage on that last safety car call. So the 2 satellite cars are making the charge and the progression through the field, but let's see how far Speedy Tyres can go. He's about I think it was about 4 seconds between him and DJ for the lead of the race, and now we see Viper up into 6th place, with Speedy Tyres not making a move on Slappers just yet, just going to hold back and not thinking about making a move going into the chase. As Speedy Tyres holds on to 5th, and DJ still holding the lead ahead of his mate in Discord 1.
Interesting stuff then, as Slapper's mate just about holds on, and very slow there out of the final corner, out of Murray's, and it was really rudimentary for Speedy Tyres there. He's got the grip, he had the traction, and he is up into 4th place. Viper Z will be the next one to stalk up to the back of the Robbo Sport GTR. I'm curious to see whether Slappers can actually make it to the end, or whether he does have to come into the pits.
I'll wait and see. He's struggling a little bit on those tyres, but we will see Viperset right on the back of him, as he looks like he's just gained over about 4 tenths on the exit of Griffins to the back of Slapper's mate 117. So he'll be right on the back there. And there you can see on the cutting shot that Viperset is right on the back of Slapper's mate 117. But the lead pack is still pretty close to each other, just like it was before the safety car period. DJ and Dishwood sharing lap time, sharing second times, whether one car has pace on one part of the track and then the other car has more pace, etc., between those two. We cannot wait to see what this last lap can bring. But lap 39 and 42, the number 95 leads the number 1 with the 34 DBM Brandosa, and there is Speedy Tyres. He's right on the back of DBM Brandosa as well, so he's on the charge as well. He's bringing that gap down as well, about 2.4 seconds. That was about 4 seconds on the last lap, Adam. And he's bringing that down with the fastest sector in sector 3, going down in the downhill section. And DJ goes defensive on Dishwood 1. So Dishwood, with all the confidence there, and DJ really holding him up. This is going to benefit Speedy Tyres in 4th place as these guys go side by side. Who is a late breaker? We see DJ going later on the brakes, and Dishwood 1 just keeping the car on the track there. And now the gap has bunched up massively. We're on lap 40 of 42, 3 laps to go, with DJ, Dishwood, EBM Brandosa, and there is Speedy Tyres. He's one with the fresh tyres, no pun intended. He's going to be making his way through, and it looks like he's going to make his way through quickly. It's just the one on the outside. Will he outbrake DJ going into Griffin's Bend? He doesn't. Contact is made between the 2 cars, and contact between Dishwood and DJ, and that promotes EBM Brandosa. No, it doesn't. He actually stayed down in 3rd place, but contact was made at him.
Yes, it was. That much was clear. We've seen that there's no damage on Dishwood's car as Speedy Tyres moves his way up to 3rd place. Question is, does DJ's car still have a full quota of functioning suspension parts? The answer is yes. So both cars have gotten away somewhat unscathed. With Brandosa falling behind Speedy Tyres, I fancy he's out of that 4-car scrap that we had briefly for the lead. Speedy Tyres, though, the man with the freshest rubber at this stage. Let's see if he can challenge either of the 2 bucking and weaving Hondas as they make their way down through the dipper and towards Forest Elbow. DJ and Dishwood have already come to blows then, and we've still got 2 laps of racing to go when they cross the line this time by. It's going to be a grandstand finish in race 1 of the 4 segment Bathurst 1000 here at Trackstars. Dishwood is homing in as they run down towards the chase, and he can't quite get close enough.
Oh, DJ got the curving on the exit of the chase, and he has to really put his car in an unstable position. And we see Dishwood 1 again on the outside, looking to make a move on DJ. Can't make that move, but he's got himself a really good run there. He's just about less than 10. Then we see a car in the background. That is 5%. He's got damage. He tried to make a move on EBM Brandosa. I thought that was Speedy Tyres for a second, but 5%. trying to make a move on EBM Brandosa. Now we look ahead. Speedy Tyres is now past just put one, and he is in second place. And there we go. We've got a 2 laps to go. Fresh tyres versus worn tyres. DJ versus Speedy. Can Digital make a move? A returning move? No, he can't. He stays back in third place. An exciting finish for the first race of 4 races coming up at the Bathurst Series Bathurst 1000.
Speedy Tyres, in theory, on the fresher rubber, is going to have a better run here at the mountain over DJ. He is almost certainly going to have the tow from DJ, and Diswood could well have the tow from both of them. I think it's going to be a 3-car snake at the sharp end, potentially, when they arrive at the chase at the end of this penultimate lap. But let's wait and see. Brandosa still not a million miles away either.
Brandosa's got damage in his car there. He's got some suspension damage on the rear right. He's just left the wall there, and that was the reason why he's been flagging a little bit and not trying to catch up with this top 3. But as you said, you've called it. He's right there. Speedy Tyres on the back of DJ with the fresh rubber. He can outbrake DJ and keep the car off the trade. And it's all up to DJ for this last lap and a quarter of the distance to go. DJ ahead of Speedy and just with one, not falling out a little bit between the 2 cars. He's hanging around in third place, waiting to pick up the bag of volleys and try and take a big win for race 1.
So we're about to start the final lap of segment 1 here. Race 1, championship points on the line, and 3 drivers who would be keen to net those points in the top 3. It is DJ, though, that leads them across the line to begin this final lap. Speedy Tyres, though, has been homing in some more. Now the long run up the mountain straight towards Griffin's Bend. I don't think Speedy Tyres is going to be close enough. I'm not sure Woodsy is going to be a factor in this battle for the lead unless there's drama or at least side-by-side action between DJ and Speedy Tyres. Speedy Tyres with the grip advantage. You see him so much more confident through Griffin's there. Just had the corner speed, had the traction. DJ doesn't have the traction or the turn-in going into the cutting. And could this be Speedy Tyres' opportunity? Not quite able to get side-by-side as they go through Quarry and Reed Park. It is DJ still just about in the lead, but he's holding on by a thread. And because those two are trying to avoid each other, Woods is back in it as well.
I'm getting message through the Simcom, through the commentator, through the pit boom that we're seeing Slappers mate 117. He's on lean fuel 6. He's really running out of petrol in his number 156 Nissan GTR. So he's on the lean revs in that car in second place, but he's in 7th place and he's holding on to Ando. But here's a run down Conrod Straight. Speedy Tyres is a lot closer to DJ. He's got the run. He's a lot closer. Can he make the move? Can he outbrake him? He takes the inside line going into the kink at the start of the chase. Is he ahead of him before they get to the entry of the chase? Will DJ outbrake himself? He does. He holds the pace and he holds position unless he gets a little bit squirrely on the throttle. He's holding. He's got back the lead and now going into Murray's corner for the final time. DJ is going to hold on to this, Adam, and it's going to come through with Speedy Tyres. A great run on the exit of Murray's corner. It's going to be a grandstand finish, and it belongs to DJ for the 95, taking victory ahead of Speedy Tyres, and Diswood won on the podium there. So almost a win for Speedy Tyres, but DJ held on brilliantly.
That was either going to be win or wall for DJ there around the final couple of corners, coming out of the chase and towards Murray's turn 22 of the 23 corner lap. And you see there, Slapper's mate did run it out of petrol. He just about crossed the line for 9th place, however, ahead of Xylon in 10th. But goodness gracious me, DJ, I'm not sure how he held on to that going through turn 22. For my money, I think he was counter-steering the whole way, but it did what it needed to do. He managed to get alongside Speedy once again, going into the braking zone for the chase, even though it looked like Speedy had the lead. But DJ was brave on the brakes. He got the very last, I'd say, optimal performance out of that rubber before it was thrown away entirely. Lurox, unfortunately, getting engine damage at the end there, finishing behind Soul Reaper and Brocker Lily. I think Bite the Roses might just gain a position here. At the end, it's going to be a race to the line between a rather damaged car and an extremely damaged car. I think Lurox may just about have it as Roses fights on till the end.
Yeah, it looks like he has done. But yeah, like I just said to you, Adam, I did get a voice call on the end of my headset that it came from the Robo Sport camp, and they were really tight on fuel. And like you said, I don't know how they got that car. I don't know how he did not decide to make a quick pit stop onto the last safety car, but he just held on. He lost a few positions, but still the car in the top 10 was a brilliant performance there by Slappers, but just ran it right to the brim. And unfortunately for him, he lost basically, I think, 3 positions out of it.
Yeah, but you could argue that maybe that's still a net positive over being at the back of the safety car queue. Of course, one can only know so much, butterfly effect and so on, what could have been. But goodness gracious, that was exciting stuff at the end between DJ and Speedy tyres. I thought that the fresher rubber would serve Speedy well and serve him a victory in segment 1 of this race. However, it wasn't quite to be, thanks to the efforts of DJ, who put on a stellar defensive drive in the last couple of laps there, up against Speedy, up against Dis Woods, and he will hand the car into the second stint with a smile on his face. The second segment of the race is coming up shortly, and it will be Mint Matt. In theory, I think he's taking the car for the second stint, although we do have the inside man. It's racing alongside us to confirm or deny.
I believe that might be the plan at this stage, although that
Cards and chest are in close alignment.
That was what was discussed, but who knows, maybe they might have been trying to throw the commentator off as well, and might be throwing a fast one on us too. You never know what can happen.
Until we see everyone in the lobby for the second race, it's going to be a little bit unknown quite whom we have in for stint 2. They can do 2 consecutive stints if they wish, so long as they do 59 laps in total across the races, the 4 races that make up our 161 lap Bathurst 1000 here today. And stint 2 will be a little bit shorter. It will be 24 laps. It will be our shortest segment of the race. And you have to forgive me because I am drawing a blank. Is there a mandatory stop in that 24 laps? Okay. But you see there, the room very quickly emptying. And very few staying in. So I'm just wondering whether anyone will be there for both stints. Ando and Broccolilli still in for now. Xylon has just backed out. Will anyone do 2 consecutive? It would certainly be a bold strategy. You see there some of the faces filtering in now. You've got Spud, who was with us on commentary, hopping in. Aussie Hypnotic taking over for Oz Soul Reaper. And of course, the arrival of Spud suggests that Ando won't be taking this one because Ando is in the 32 car along with Spud. So if there is anyone doing 2 stints, it will only be Broccolilli. We'll have to see. Room should fill up fairly quickly. I'm sure everyone has been keeping an eye on proceedings. And that information through. And we will confirm any decisions made after that race shortly. And just seeing some nice sporting words from Speedy, giving DJ props for that battle at the end of the race. So no hurt feelings and no bruised egos there, which is great to see. So we will be joining the lobby for session numero dos in very short order. And as soon as we do, we will, of course, hopefully be joined by our drivers for the 24-lap second segment. The remaining segments of the race are to be 24 laps in length, followed by 35, followed by 60. That 60-lap stint will be critical, and we'll see who's in the car for those closers later on. 24 laps with a new set of drivers. Remains to be seen if the early laps are quite as chaotic as they had been earlier on today. We're all too aware of what can happen in the early going on the mountain, be it on Gran Turismo or in the rather more expensive land of reality.
Yeah, it was an awesome finish to that race, and we can't wait to see what the drivers are coming, who will be the second stint drivers. I know for a fact, as you saw before DJ closed the lobby, I'll be in that second stint. So you'll be seeing me taking over Ando. He's done a very good job on my end, and I can't wait to see what I can do if I can try and keep the car in the same position for him to give it a go for the next stint or for the last stint. We haven't decided just yet who's going to do stint 3 and 4, but you'll find out very shortly. Awesome driving by everybody. We had some good races in stint 1. A lot of safety cars plagued that, unfortunately. So we did get a few good runs there at the end. It was really close between that top 5, especially. But DJ managed to hold on out of all things, and he managed to keep that car on worn tires to take the victory away from a very brand new set of tires for speedy tires.
Yeah, it was a compelling finish. I thought for sure, as they turned into the kink at the beginning of the chase, I thought for sure Speedy Tyres had it done. I wasn't expecting DJ to get the car stopped on the worn rubber with the late braking move to hold on to the lead, but he managed it with aplomb and then basically drifted it through the exit of the chase. It was a brilliant moment. And there are only 3 more final laps to contest before we close the book on the 2022 Bathurst 1000. There's still a long way to go. The shortest stint, 24 laps. I suspect things could get spicy there. Spud, you'll know this. I did ask the question, but I don't think anyone was listening. Are stops mandatory in this 24? I felt like they were, but I couldn't remember.
No,
no, they're not.
No, you don't need to do a pit stop. You can run a race for a full stint if you like, but obviously with the amount of safety cars we saw in stint 1, there is definitely no compulsory pit stop that drivers need to make. So if they want to just drive out and just stay on the tires and stay on the fuel set for the whole race, they can do that. But it's just really up to feel and up to what the drivers are feeling in the car in the response of their Nissan, Honda, or Lexus. So yeah, and like we saw at High Speed Ring only 2 weeks ago, we saw Captain Risky in stint 2 go for a full 38 laps where we thought it was virtually impossible to do, and he did a whole race without making a pit stop as well.
Yeah, so we'll see whether anyone attempts that feat here. Rather more distance across the 24 laps here compared to the 39 of the comparatively short high-speed ring. Also a lot more traction zones to contend with here at the mountain. I think it would be a brave man that does it, but we do have some brave men in this field, so let's wait and see what happens. You see the field filtering in. Ridwan, Captain Risky, Spud, of course. Rusty Nuts is in as well, as is Captain Muffin in the car that was previously driven by Jerem. So certainly compelling times, and Jarman, if you're in here with me at the moment, it's still a long way to go, but each segment brings a point of pride for every single driver. Everyone wants to be there at the sharp end and hand the car over the front, as if to say to your teammate, right, there's my best effort, show me what you can do.
Yeah, can certainly agree with you there. There's a bit of pride on the line in each individual stint. I know sort of in the St. Croix race last year, it sort of was a bit personal for me, I'd say, that like I'd try and aim for those podium positions and make sure that I handed the car over to Mint Matt towards the front, and also sort of say, well, hey, I'm just as capable of keeping the car at the pointy end as Matt is in my own right. So yeah, I'm sure a lot of drivers will be going into these stints and saying, okay, well, I want to put in the best result I possibly can, hand the car over in a front running position for my co-driver to jump in and lead from the front.
Yeah, exactly right. And see there, Mint Matt taking over the 95, the number that belonged for so long to the man to my left or right, depending on his preference, in the virtual commentary box. And we'll see how Matt can do. We know what Matt's capable of, and he will start from the sharp end of the order. The position he is all too used to, the position that he netted for the 95 crew coming into the start of today's race. But it's been anything but lights to flag so far for the It's Racing 95 team. It was the first lap of the race that we saw DJ have an error somewhere around McPhillamy and Skyline. And we'll see how the first lap goes here. Of course, everyone compacted together. It can make for very treacherous going. And we have to remember as well that it's going to keep happening. There's not really going to be many opportunities, I think, for green flag running all the way. There's going to inevitably be restarts, and we're inevitably going to compact that field together once more.
Yeah, it's certainly something that will be happening a lot. The safety car is probably going to see a lot of action today. And yeah, sometimes if you get that minor damage, it's probably just the best option just to take a deep breath and realise that it's probably not going to be the end of your race, and that things will probably come back to you a little bit later on. I'm just going to duck off quickly for a bit of a break, and yeah, hopefully I'll rejoin in time for the second race.
Oh, I was going to say I'd really need to get some drink at some point.
I think we'll both do that then very quickly.
Okay, that's good. I'm allowed to leave for a sec. Good. Okay, we're not going anywhere, audience. We will be back in just a moment, and the racing will begin in earnest very shortly. So then just continuing to replenish and get ready for stint 2 in the commentary box right now as we wait on a couple of drivers to get themselves in order. It will be 24 laps this stint, and therefore our shortest stint of the race. Let's see if it's as explosive as that first run. A new cast of drivers, pretty much all new drivers taking to the stint for stint number 2. I see that Xylon has stayed in, as has Broccoli and Morgan Davey and a few others. But by and large, we've got a clean slate, new drivers. Let's see how that changes the form book after segment number 1.
Yeah, it should be a really exciting race coming up. It'll be interesting to see whether drivers decide to pit or whether they decide to stay out for the entirety of the race, as it's probably one of those ones where you could possibly make it on a full tank of fuel or the 60 litres allocated. Although the bigger question would be is whether the tyres can handle the punishment coming from these cars.
Yeah, we saw 21 laps out of Xylon, albeit heavily safety car interrupted. I think the chances of someone going the distance, as it were, in this second segment probably hedges on how much green flag running we do, or indeed how much green flag running we lose.
Yeah, it could be one of those situations where a shorter race, everyone feels like they have to get a lot more done in shorter time. It could result in people maybe taking risks that they shouldn't necessarily take, and we could see more incidents as a result, or we might see a bit more of a sedate run through this stint.
As we continue to wait for drivers to join voice chats and such, or try and figure out a few different things, I'm just going to ask a completely random question to you. It's based on my current drinking. Do you guys have tango over there in Australia?
As in tango a drink?
Yeah, orange flavoured drink. A bit like Fanta.
Yeah, we basically call it Fanta, but I don't think I've ever seen anything called tango on the shelves. Although I could be corrected here if someone in the YouTube's comment section does know otherwise. I'm sort of happy to be corrected here. I'm not really too much of a person that pays attention to what drinks are on the shelves in supermarkets, that's for sure.
Had to ask. It's interesting, really. Here in the UK, Australian Cadbury's is quite the delicacy. There are a couple of places that stock it, and it goes for ridiculous prices. I think you'd be getting on for, I don't know, 12, 13 bucks Australian for a big bar of Cadbury's.
Yeah, I think it's
a bit much.
I think it's getting about that way now in Australia, actually.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah, it's the prices of stuff like chocolate and that have definitely gone up in the last few months.
Well,
I guess owing to the global situation at the moment.
Yes. Well, funny enough, there's some not rotten, but firmly expired and inedible grapes that I keep forgetting to get rid of in my fridge. And so far they have been through 2 prime ministers, 2 monarchs, 3 chancellors, a raid on the Mar-a-Lago resort owned by Donald Trump, and potentially a 3rd prime minister if Liz Truss is out as quickly as expected here in the UK. So certainly tumultuous times on the international stage. And always interesting to see what happens. It's nice being outside of that bubble, though. I don't know if you're like me in the sense of I read a lot more racing news than I do, actual news. And finding out about it a few hours later on Twitter when all the memes are already in full flow is probably the best way sometimes.
Yeah, it works out well for me. I sort of more pay attention to the racing news than anything else, and it was actually quite funny. I've got a little bit of a story from America that I went and visited a friend, and we were having lunch at what I'll call basically a fast food place, and one screen had ESPN showing and the other had CNN, and we were coincidentally both positioned in the right spot that they were able to take in all the politics stuff, and I was processing the Wimbledon final that Nick Kyrgios lost to Novak Djokovic.
Nice. I was in a burger bar a few months ago with ESPN on, and ESPN in the UK is a much smaller deal than it is in America. It's nowhere near the juggernaut or powerhouse. It was a Thursday afternoon, and they were showing juggling dodgeball. A rebroadcast of a 3-year-old juggling dodgeball match. They have 3 jugglers. They have 1 juggler on each end of the court, and then there's a team defending the juggler and a team attacking the other juggler. So it's crazy, and it rarely lasts more than 10 seconds. But it was certainly an interesting backdrop to my afternoon meal.
That is very interesting. I know at times, in America and Australia they have something called OCO, I think it is, which is like a week of like those, I'll call it, out there funky sports that ESPN's known for showing. And I think it was sort of made famous from the Dodgeball movie, where they sort of parodied the fact that ESPN has like 6 channels and shows all this outrageous stuff. But it looks like we're getting set to go racing here again after a bit of a delay. So looks like they're finally about to get things sorted out.
I noticed the race was on 25 laps as opposed to 24, so that's interesting. But we now get underway on the formation lap. So we will have a formation lap and then, of course, 24 laps of racing. And anything to note from a invisible perspective, be it stewarding, any decisions made? Is there anything to note?
Yes, after that incident that I think we all saw on stream involving car 55, where the safety car was called out for their engine damage, stewards have convened and made a decision to relegate car 55 to last place in that first stint. And also, as the safety car pulls in, they will also pull into the pits and serve a 2-lap penalty.
2-lap penalty.
Yes, so they'll be forced to stop in their pit box and hold there until the leader begins lap number 4.
But of course, with the safety car system we've got here, there are wave buys at play, and it's anything but a race-ending situation for them this early in the day.
Yeah, so they will forfeit their wave buys in the next 2 stints, but come stint number 4 they will again be eligible, so they may be back in the race at some point. I'm sure of that.
I think we'll get at least 2 safety cars over the course of 60 laps based on current form.
Yeah. I think a bit more than 2 as well.
Yes, no, I'm being wholly generous. If we get 2 safety cars or less in this stint, I will be quite surprised. That's not a diss on the drivers. These are very tricky cars. These cars, I think, in this trim are quicker than the Group 1s on standard BOP, or at least very close to it, varying from circuit to circuit. They're far quicker than, they're missiles compared to the supercars here on the mountain. It's very, very tricky stuff, and you can understand why. When we're teetering on such a fine edge with 850 horsepower under the throttle, or rather under our feet, throttle, it's completely understandable that things are a challenge.
Yeah, you're nearly looking at Formula 1 horsepower in tin tops, so it's very, very wild to even imagine. As we get ready to go back racing again, Mid-Matt will lead the way for It's Racing Esports, with Captain Risky 21 following behind in the Satellite Racing Nissan, and then TH Lunacy and John 27 TCT rounding out the top 4, and then of course Ridwan in 5th. I got a bit thrown off by the safety car leading at this stage.
Same. Same here. I can only hold my hands up for that one. But we now begin the 24 laps of segment 2 with Mint Matt, the sharp end of the order. Risky following him in second place, taking over from Speedy Tyres. Lunacy there in third, taking the car over from Diswood as well. Looked like one driver was off on the grass coming out of Hell Corner, but everyone through cleanly. No dramas to speak of, at least on the first corner. There's still a long way to go, and there is the car we're talking about of Morgan Davey at the back. That's the car that will have to serve a 2-lap penalty here. Mint Matt, though, with no such dramas. He's already got a second over Risky, and he will be hoping, I think, for green flag running in the early going and just the opportunity to build a cushion.
Yeah, he's certainly off to a great start already, out to nearly a second gap, so great restart there from Mint Matt. Although it looks like a bit spread out between the first 3 cars at the moment as they head down the mountain for the first time in this second stint.
So we see John in 4th place there. He's taken over the 34 from Brandosa, of course. Brando had a really strong run there, and that is a strong duo as well. That is the seat that you had last time you were filling in for Brando, correct?
Yeah, so Brando was away, so a bit of a last minute, well, not so much a last minute decision, but the week of the event decision to jump in that seat and fill the spot. Let's have a look and see.
Safety car has been called.
Cylon, no, it's Rusty Nuts 75 has got the damage.
Yeah, so Rusty Nuts with the engine damage then, and we also saw slight damage on John's car, so he's in as well. He had front suspension. He's gained front splitter since we last saw him, so I wonder if he had a bit of an argument with the pit barrier on entry as well. But yeah, so it's only taken 1 lap for the safety car to come out. We projected more safety cars, and they're already here. More consistent than the weather radar, I'd say.
Yeah, well, in this case, at least, I'm believing it'll be sunny all day here at Bathurst. There's no option in the game for anything else.
Very true, yes. Thankfully, no wet conditions here. We've seen how traumatic things can be in the wet in these cars, and we've seen in the real world quite how bad it can get at the wheel of a car during the 1000 if it starts to rain. So I think everyone happy that the facilities aren't there right now. Safety car is already called as in this lap. I think we're anticipating everyone will catch up before the end of the lap, which seems like a safe bet. Here's of course DJ now at the wheel of the safety car. Venti off duty for now, and just seeing car 55 announcement being made again. And just making sure that penalty is adhered to. They abide by that, otherwise the penalty harsher, and their chances of getting back onto the lead lap in the final stint will only get worse. So hopefully the wise thinking is at play as Mint Matt really bottles up the field, a little more so than I think we saw out of Speedy Tyres in the first stint. Off comes Morgan. I'm not sure he's quite got the gist of that. Was the idea for him to go by everyone there?
I don't think it was, but I'm assuming that there's a bit of frustration stemming from all of that.
Yes, well, as long as he keeps it in the pits, it's okay. Just making sure that's communicated. As Mint Matt leads them away into our first restart of the second stint. Mint Matt in the lead then in that 95 car, followed by Captain Risky and Lunacy. It is Mint Matt in the lead of the race. He had his teammate TJ ahead of him as the safety car driver for a little while. Now it's clear track once again, and I'm sure he will once again extend over Risky based on what we saw there on our first lap of green flag action. Everyone, I think, has more or less got through the first corner without drama, although somebody is further back from the pack than everybody else right now. Not quite sure whom that is. There are a couple of cars actually straggling further back. Xylon was one of them. But Mint Matt, our leader then, and already with a nice comfortable margin as he goes into Skyline for the first time. Such a tricky section of circuit here, because you need less and less speed with every passing apex. You're slowing the car down while going downhill and going through an S-bend. It's a true challenge of the car, particularly in the NSX, as I'm sure you can attest to it as you run with the Honda team and its racing esports. That car is mightily difficult through that Skyline section and down into the dipper. Yeah,
in the TS2 specs it was quite easy to handle, but once we whacked a bigger wing and a high RPM turbo on it, it really becomes a delicate beast to handle down through Skyline and all the way down to Forest Elbow. You sort of really have to be gentle and certainly have your wits about you and be aware, ready to react to any moments of the car stepping out.
Yeah, absolutely. So the field makes its way by, and Captain Risky there leading a big train of cars for second place. And I believe we're still technically one lap away from seeing the 55 back out, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that's, one lap away.
Okay, hopefully they've abided by that then, and the car is still there. So yeah, good stuff from Morgan. He's fully understood the situation there. So we'll be very quickly back out onto the circuit once the field passes by. We saw there, it looks like a little bit of contact with the wall. Whether or not that is the case in actuality, or whether that's a quirk of the high speeds and the questionable server statuses on GT7, we're not sure. But Risky for now holding on to that second place. The gap is almost out to 3 seconds already in favour of Matt in the lead. Slightly shallow turn in there to Forest Elbow for Risky in the satellite car. Ridwan holding on nicely in fourth place as well in the other satellite car. They're sandwiching Diswood's car, the number one of Lunacy. It seems that the top four have broken away quite gainfully on the chasing pack, which is headed by Loudy Darkmist of RoboSport Racing in P5.
Yeah, it's a nice little battle here between second, third and fourth, and yeah, a bit of a gap out to Loudy Darkmist as Mint Matt crosses the line, so I'll get that message across to Morgan that he can go again.
Go. Car goes up on the jacks as soon as he sees that message, so nicely done. And Captain Risky thought he might come under pressure from Lunacy into Griffin's Bend, but it wasn't to be on that occasion. Of course, that is the corner on the lap where we saw the number 6 stack it into the tyres in what turned out to be a winning Bathurst 1000 campaign.
Yeah, that was one wild race, and I know a lot of people were sort of laughing at Paul Morris at that point, probably myself included, and probably questioning why he was in the car, and then at the end of the day he probably had the last laugh on everyone else.
Sipping a beer in the back going, told you. That was quite the day. There's a good recap of that race that's just gone up on Josh Revel's YouTube channel. I recommend you commit to the 8 or so hours of full race that is also available on YouTube, but if you want a summary of that 2014 race, the greatest of the great race, then Josh Revel's channel has quite a good summary up at the moment. Rusty Nuts there with Morgan Davey just behind. Morgan then on the case now that he's released from the pit lane and begins the process of unlapping. Of course, Morgan is a quick driver in his own right, so we can't necessarily rule out that he'll gain a lap back of in his own merit during this stint.
Yeah, it's something that is very possible. I know, yeah, Morgan is a very fast driver in his own right. And yeah, probably highly regarded in amongst the Australian sim racing community, or at least Gran Turismo for sure. But yeah, he'll certainly be fired up and be looking to regain that lap as quickly as possible. Maybe, yeah, see how it all pans out. If you can get ahead of Mint Matt and get one lap back, then who knows, with a safety car he might get on the tail and have the opportunity to do it again. But of course, Mint's a very fast driver.
Yes, exactly. This is the thing. I think on pace alone, Matt should be able to keep him well behind, as we see Nightwalker there with a moment. No engine damage, but a fairly hefty hit into the wall for the car that he's taken over from Rose's. Nonetheless, he continues on, and don't think he might have gone into the pit lane, but I would have been tempted to hold out for now just in case we get a safety car, but Nightwalker decides to get the car in. I think he'll just about stay on the lead lap, but if he makes another error, he could go a lap down.
Yeah, it's a very close one here. It's going to all depend on how much time taken in the pits. But if he isn't going to go a lap down, he's certainly going to be within striking distance of Mint Matt putting him a lap down.
Yeah. And that's really a harsh blow to their chances. They are a lap down going into stint number 3 of the race. Roses did a fairly good job of keeping the car on the straight and narrow for a majority of the race. Of course, we saw he had some damage towards the end and ended up finishing at the back of the pack, but at various points well within the top 10 and running nicely. The car has rejoined ahead of Matt by 2 or 3 corners, but again, another incident for that car, and he is going to be in trouble, as we saw Aussie Hypnotic coming in. So the other of the WRT Motorsport Hondas now into the pit lane as well.
Yeah, not a good run here from the 2 WRT cars. They'll certainly be ruining some of the damage at this point, although Hypnotic coming out still inside the top 10 just, and he's come across the line. That's going to trigger a penalty there. So now he's going to drop outside the top 10 and possibly a little bit more pain to come, although there's a fair bit of a gap to Xylon 96 that he can negotiate when he serves his penalty.
Yeah, exactly right. So he should be okay for 11th place for the time being, but unfortunate that he has had to make a visit to the pits. Lunacy has dropped down to 4th place, so the 2 Nissans from Satellite are now running 2-3 out there. Damage, though, to the front of Ridwan's car.
Yeah, that will certainly be affecting his pace down Conrad Straight. You can sort of see that gap stretching out a bit, and the gap between him and Lunacy closing in as well, but maybe he thinks he can hang on to it through the corners and deal with the situation, and maybe hope for a safety car a bit later on.
Tell you what, ultimate confirmation that I was running far too much aero on my Honda, seeing the speed that Ridwan was getting with damage towards the chase there. I was valuing stability over straight line speed, perhaps slightly too much, as it turns out. But Ridwan continues to press on with that damage, as you said, and there's a car on the horizon there for Captain Risky, but I don't believe that's our race leader. No, it's Nightwalker, who has now had some more damage, so he has had another incident. As I speculated, another incident would put him a lap down, and that's exactly what's happened, and that's hugely unfortunate for the team.
Yeah, it's certainly not ideal, but certainly not a race killer at this stage, although that might be getting a bit closer to killing his race if he goes another lap down. And he just kindly gets out of the way of the approaching cars. Very highly commended there from Nightwalker. At least he had a bit of awareness to not interfere in anyone else's race.
Yeah, exactly. He was going the extra mile to stay out of the way there, as Lunacy has closed back in on Ridwan. Damaged car for Ridwan. Surely this is going to be an opportunity for Lunacy to make a fairly easy pass down Conrad, but it remains to be seen. Let's see what the closing rate is. It's certainly quite a quick car, that NSX, in a straight line, and they're side by side through the chase. I think he's done it. Yes, Lunacy, just clipping the grass on turn in, but nonetheless moves up to P3 for the time being. But Ridwan right back on the case. He's looking to the inside here at Murray's. I thought he was going to go for it, but he thinks better of it pretty much at the last possible opportunity. This is a great little scrap for third place, though.
Yeah, even though Ridwan does have the damage, he's certainly not resigning to being defeated in this little battle here. Although I would have said that maybe he just sort of let Lunacy go originally, but obviously with that mistake he's figured that he can be half a chance of staying in this top 3 fight.
Yeah, well, he's clearly still got something like the right pace that he needs as this stint wears on. Captain Risky well up the road from this scrap now, 4 seconds clear of these two, but Ridwan making things difficult for Lunacy right now in third and fourth. These two have been pretty much together all race long so far. It looked like Ridwan was having some more issues there over the top of the mountain. Whether that was just the effect of his slight lag or a reality, I'm not too sure, but he has lost time over the top of the mountain for sure on Lunacy.
Yeah, that damage certainly not helping him out one bit at all. And I'd expect Lunacy to sort of get a bit of a gap here, provided he can keep it clean. And of note is that the gap is reducing slightly to Cloudy Darkness, so we'll see how long that takes to come into full effect. But I do think Ridwan is holding enough pace that it warrants staying out on track at the moment.
Yeah, I'd say that keeping that fourth position makes all the sense in the world right now. You never know when another safety car could come into play. Incidentally, it has been a good few laps of green flag running here. The field spread across the back half of the Mount Panorama circuit as of right now, with Mint Matt in the leads in that 95 Honda. There is Cloudy Darkmist in the first of the Robbo Sport Racing Nissan GTRs. Rather fetching livery that they've got for this year. They've run some retro Nissan colours and such in years gone by, but that is a very handsome machine. Broccolilly there in 6th place, Captain Muffin in 7th, and Rusty Nuts in the other of the It's Racing Esports cars. Rounding out the top 8 right now, John 27 TCT, who had that drama a little earlier on. He is now in 9th place, and well, Spud in 10th. That's certainly not where we'd expect him to be. Both of the Lexus cars in 10th and 11th place at the moment for Mash Spuds Racing, and that looked a bit leery for Spud there. Of course, Spud, one of a few drivers in the order that races with a controller, and usually the most impressive of them. He more or less took a clean sweep of the Trackstars Championships in 2020, but that car does not look happy. In fact, more specifically, I think his internet doesn't look too happy at the moment.
Yeah, it's a strange one. He certainly really got out sideways there through Reed Park, and again having a really Larry moment there going through the S's.
It looks
I'm not
to
sure
me
how
more
much
like,
is lag and how much is the just general uncontrollableness of the car.
Voting at least 70% lag at the moment by the looks of the way the car is crabbing on the straight slightly at times, but have to wait and see. As into the pits has gone Aussie Hypnotic Nightwalker with lots of damage on his wagon. Of course, he has already fallen a lap down, and look at that, only a minute 27 up on Morgan Davey, who had the 2-lap penalty. It really seems like Nightwalker is struggling, and he was doing so in qualifying as well. He didn't get a clean lap in quali, and it doesn't look like he's found the consistency in the race either.
Yeah, it's certainly a really difficult car to get a handle on, and not easy to string a bunch of laps together consistently and cleanly without copping any damage. So it's going to be a very uphill battle for Nightwalker today, but hopefully he can persevere and as the laps go by maybe find a bit more consistency from himself.
Yeah, hopefully so. I know that Roses will be keen to press on in his stint later on. There's Matt, though, in the race lead on lap 12 of 25 on the graphics. That's lap 11 of 24 in reality. Then we're just approaching half distance in this second segment of 4 within Trackstars Bathurst 1000. 2 stints to come, one of 35 and one of 60 laps in length. I can assure you that Matt will be strapped to the car for the big 6-0 at the end. I mean, again, It's Racing has the scoops on the insider's trail there, but I mean, come on, it's Matt. I know what he's doing.
I think that one could be telegraphed from the moon.
Obviously, absolutely zero offence to DJ. He's had an absolutely stellar season so far and contributed wonderfully to their win in the High Speed Ring 500. Just a fortnight ago, he was tense in the back of the commentary box, watching on through his fingers in the latter stages of the race as Matt just about held on older rubber, much like what we saw from DJ actually in that first segment of the race here today. So we've seen what both drivers are capable of already today and across the season, and our first enduro at the High Speed Ring last time out. But Matt is such a weapon to have in the car, and you can see even on this onboard, even with the slight jerkiness that's inherently a part of online racing, I mean, he's so smooth at the wheel of this car.
Yeah, it's just amazing how he can extract speed out of cars, and it's very much a testament to why he's one of the best in Australia in Gran Turismo racing.
Yeah, he's closing in on some lap traffic there. I think that could be the other WRT car, Aussie Hypnotic, if I'm not mistaken, but he heads up to Murray's Corner now. Let's take a lap with him. Actually, I know we've been riding on board for a while, but if we can take a lap, we'll try and commentate over this one. Into Hell Corner, of course, the first bend. Deceptive 90-degree turn. Looks simple, is anything but, particularly with the ripple strip there on the outside, which you really need to take to get a good run out of the first corner. It's now the mountain straight and the big crest of the hill going towards Griffin's Bend, turn 2. This is where they do the hill climb section of the circuit on some local events, and you can see why, showing just how much of an incline we get here up into the cutting. Uneven surface there at the cutting, very difficult to get the power down. Safety car, though, has been declared. So safety car is out. DJ is waiting for our race leader, and who has the engine damage? It's Spud. Spud, who looked like he was suffering with the car, has engine damage, and he is into the pits.
And of course he picks an opportune time to bring out the safety car while we're going on board.
Yes, indeed. I was just going to say, in fact, that an opportune time in general, given we're exactly halfway through the race, I think everyone is going to pile drive the pit lane now.
Yeah, I think with about 10 laps to go, it's probably a wise call to jump into the pits, get that stop out the way, and make sure you've got that fresh rubber for the end of the race.
Okay, so we saw Morgan. Matt's the first into the pits. You see that Nightwalker decided to press on, but of course Nightwalker will get the lap back from this, and that will serve him nicely. And Risky seems to have got himself engine damage trying to get into the pit lane. And
he's done the Larry Perkins.
Indeed, and Lunacy has hit the rear as well, so he's probably got a little bit of damage off of that. Of course, you might think, well, no harm, no foul, but of course, the engine damage will take longer to repair, thus the pit stop will be longer. I think the fact the field was spread before the safety car was declared is probably going to save Captain Risky from falling down the order quite significantly there.
And now this is a bit of a bemusing strategy call, was I believe Morgan Davey was close enough to regain one of those laps.
Yeah, very true.
And he's decided to go into the pits.
Yeah, we spoke of the possibility of him gaining a lap back on merit through strategy or indeed pace, and that looked like what we could have gotten there, but he's decided to go in and pit like everyone else, and I guess I can understand why. He did obviously change his tyres and refuel the car after the 2-lap penalty, but I think that Morgan is... It's an interesting strategy for sure. I think maybe I'd have done the same thing, but I think a lot of people would have decided to claim that lap in a long-term vision sense. Obviously, that 60-lap final stint where they will get the opportunity to start doing wave buyers again should play out in their favour, and they should be back onto the lead lap. But if you can bring yourself back into the fray sooner, it's certainly no bad thing. So, difficult call, but I'm sure it won't affect them too badly.
Yeah, I know. In my situation, I probably would have taken that opportunity, because obviously the safety car needs to collect the leader, and they can't collect the guy that's at risk of going a second lap down. So I probably would have just gone around another lap, reclaimed that lap disadvantage, got myself 1 lap down rather than 2, and maybe pitted a lap later while these guys are travelling slowly behind safety car.
So safety car still out. Have we seen confirmation of it coming in this time? I believe we've still got too many stragglers, right?
Yeah, I think it'll be doing another lap before it comes back in. Hopefully this will be... I think this is the second one of the stint, am I correct?
It is, yep.
Yes.
And with the safety car being taken out of play at the start of 21.
Yeah, that's correct.
That should may well be the last one then.
Let's hope so. Fingers crossed on that one.
Yeah, certainly the drivers like to keep running. I mean, it's so difficult, isn't it? If the safety car continues to interrupt the race, it interrupts your momentum and your flow and your muscle memory and everything else. The more the race is paused, the more chance there is of further incidents as a result.
Yeah, it certainly does add another element and keeps all the drivers on the toes. But yeah, something you don't want to see too much of, unless you're leading and there's a lot of faster cars behind you. Then you want as many safety car laps as you can get.
So true, yeah. Certainly, I think if I had ended up at the wheel of the 964 car, I would have liked some extended safety cars to minimise the impact I could have had on the race with my questionable driving. And we did get a lot of safety car periods in that first stint, and we're starting to see here some shuffling going on. Now Morgan shouldn't be claiming laps back, no?
Yeah, that's correct. He shouldn't be. I think it's just 964.
Yeah, it seemed like you focus on that message, but some miscommunications have taken place there. I think Aussie Hypnotic was a lap down as well, actually, at the time of safety car. Of course, Morgan wasn't to get any laps back under safety car, so he should not be ahead of the pack right now. Have to specify that he needs to wait for the queue to pass him quickly. He thinks back of train means behind behind those two cars, so I don't think he's fully got the message there, but that's going to have to be sorted out retroactively. I assume they were told no unlapping, so that is a error from their end, I believe.
I do think that's an official's error, so I think the officials are going to have to cop that as their mistake, though.
Right, so it wasn't told but to them. Or were they told to unlap, as that's what happened?
Yeah.
Right,
I'm guessing now the call's been made, it's going to be too late to send him back a lap down again.
Okay, so he was told to in the voice chat. Okay, understood. Well, we are back to action then. Hopefully we can get the graphics back up on screen for my tiny little brain, but we're back to green flag conditions as we go on to lap 16 officially of the 24 laps, lap 17 of the total 25 when you factor in the formation lap, and Matt, who has yet to yield the lead thus far in this race, is once again out at the sharp end. He's once again got a good run through Hell Corner and has a slight advantage over Lunacy in second place. It's 95 versus number 1 at the sharp end once again, just like we saw out of Woodsy and DJ at one point in that first stint. And of course Captain Risky still there in third place. That is the car, unless I'm very much mistaken, that is the Speedy Tyres car, isn't it, Captain Risky's? So the top 3 at the moment is kind of what it was at the end of stint 1 still. Yeah,
it's very much the same 3 drivers that were at the front at the end of stint 1, still towards the front throughout stint 2. Of course, we had Ridwan there, who was in 4th place as well, and then of course John 27 in the Brandosa car still sitting in 6th place. So the front runners with their co-drivers still ending up being the front runners.
Yes, indeed. 3 very strong lineups of this field. A very high quality and strong field across the board, though. And at this stage of the day, it's still a complete mystery as to who's going to be at the sharp end in several hours' time. As we see there, Captain Muffin on the offensive up against Rusty Nuts, upper position then. And Muffin there running in the second of the CP Motorsports cars. He has a lot to live up to given the caliber of his teammate Jerem, but he's doing an admirable job right now. You saw their snap of oversteer, applying the power down out of Murray's corner, and no matter which of the cars you're in, but particularly it seems in the mid-engine Honda, that turbo kicking in through second and third gear is really one of the more lethal things that can one of the more lethal characteristics of these Group 2 cars.
Yeah, it's something you want to dilute as much as possible while still building that speed out of the corner exit. And of course, should mention that Captain Muffer is a pretty serious racer in his own right. I believe from what I've seen from my investigating, he was a participant in what was essentially the televised Speed Week series that was run on GT Sport a number of years ago, so you certainly didn't get an invite into that series by being a slouch of a driver.
No, absolutely not. And I think, there is a huge depth of talent in the Australian Gran Turismo community, bred not just within Trackstars but also other leagues. We're blessed, particularly in these enduro rounds, to have a large majority of some of the fastest drivers in the region with us. And Muffin there trying to have a go at Broccolilli. Always a bit tense when they go side by side through the chase. He had good speed, he wasn't quite close enough though for the move. And Brocco, this is a youngster with a lot of pace, he's not going to make this easy.
No, Broccolilli certainly a very handy racer. Oh, there's a bit of an incident there. I'm not sure what happened, whether the turbo kicked in a bit too hard from Captain Muffin, but he got all out of shape a bit past the exit of the corner, and that's really cost him a lot of time, the Broccolilli, as he heads up Mountain Straight.
And we saw Spud into the pits as well, so Spud back into the pits yet again with some front splitter damage. Of course, damage is a lot harder to manage on a controller than it is on a wheel as well. So I think more than understandable he's decided to peel in. And look at this pace from Mint Matt, a 1:44.1 right now, and that would have been what, good enough for row 2 of the grid?
It would have been close to putting him in the shootout, that's for sure.
It's another showing of what kind of pace he has under the coat, and Mint Matt already 3.5 seconds clear of Lunacy after that last safety car period. Lunacy with less of a margin to Captain Risky in 3rd place, and Loudy Darkness once again there in 4th has held strong in the top 5 throughout this race so far. He does seem to have a bit less pace than this front 3 and indeed Ridwan earlier on, but for now Ridwan is behind him. However, he is being challenged hard by the Satellite driver. It's Nissan versus Nissan, it's Robo Sports versus Satellite.
Yeah, Loudy Darkness certainly not one to be discounted in this race, and I know in the later stages of last year he did join in for a few races, and he did have a top 5 result, I believe, at the Nürburgring round of the championship. Of course, that one using the full 24-hour layout, so you certainly don't get a top 5 at the Nürburgring without being whilst being a bad driver, that's for sure.
Interests me that do those look like tyres that have only done 8 laps to you, or?
No, they don't really look like that's the case. Yeah, he's stayed out on
with everyone else.
Unless we've got another game glitch.
That could be the case. Certainly he's holding a good pace. He's going quicker than he was pre-safety car as well, so I think it could actually be a game glitch rather than a case of Loudy deciding that the force was still with the tyres. And yeah, look, he's on his personal best at the moment, so I think it might just be a glitch in the game, thankfully. Glitch with my mouth there. Yellow flags. For whom, though? We didn't see anyone errant there. Now Nightwalker has a plethora of damage, and I think he's on the pause menu.
He might be ghosted because he's stopped.
Right. Okay, so he was just being probably quite wise there and waiting until everyone got past.
Yeah, it's probably a situation where you don't really want to back out into the path of other cars and cause confusion and maybe accidentally cause someone to lose control. So smart thinking there from Nightwalker, really well played in that situation.
Yeah, exactly right. So unfortunately that puts him a lap down once again, but nonetheless he will press on. I'm sure Roses will try and salvage this in stint 3. John 27 there in P11. He is following N Spud right now in 10th, 11th place. 2 cars I would personally have expected to be a little further up the order, but 2 cars that have had Bathurst bite them back, as it so often does.
Yes, they're a bit further back than what you would expect. I'm going to say, though, John did have his issues by the looks of things. He was running up in 6th place, so maybe a bit of a mistake and some damages seen him drop back. By the looks of things, he did pit a few laps ago. And, of course, so now at this point we are at lap 21, so safety car is not going to bring anyone back into play here.
That's interesting. I think we should probably look towards that battle for 4th place again, because last time we looked at that it was looking compelling. It's now Ridwan who has gotten past Loudy Darkmist and firmly gapped him, so the pair of Satellite Nissans now run 3 and 4, but Loudy's still there for a strong result in segment 2 of the race. The Robo Sport guys are doing a good job to this point, I'd say.
Yeah, Loudy Darkness certainly holding down a spot in the top 5, and of course we can't forget to mention Rusty Nut 75, who's also doing a stellar job as well. You'd probably say that you'd probably suggest that Lurox is the more accomplished driver, but I think Rusty's probably putting in the better performances in that 22 car, so maybe he might be the one that they put in the car to bring it home in the final 60-lap race today.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, Lurox had some dramas towards the end of that first stint, but he was running well in the top 5 at various points during the stint as well. So, judgment call, touch and go. I'm sure that Robbo himself will be well on it. As engine damage at the worst time possible for Spud, the safety car will not be called because we are into the final laps of the race. And Spud, a former Trackstars Touring Car champion, a championship contender, is having a stint from hell right now.
Yeah, it's probably better to have that bad stint now, though, in the early stages of the race, rather than with 5 laps to go come lap number 156. And I think Aussie Hypnotic didn't get the memo about the engine damage either. He's copped his own, and he's calling for a safety car, but he won't be receiving it. And just as I noticed there, Morgan Davies actually moved up into 13th place.
There you go. So we said he might be able to make up some laps on his own merit. Certainly he's made up a position in spite of the 2-lap penalty. It's more a commentary on just how poor of a stint it's been for Nightwalker, though unfortunately he's had a rough run of form on the mountain in this 24-lap stint. Sadly, it's not quite over yet for him. 3 laps left to go then, or 2 laps and change left to go for Mint Matt right now, with a 7-second advantage. That's about what the gap was before the safety car was called earlier on. So Matt running in first place, running well and clear of Lunacy for now. As it stands, top 3 will be in a different order, but the cars will be the exact same ones that we saw finish in the top 3 earlier on in segment 1 of the race. Low fuel though for Lunacy. I think he's probably just about got enough, but he's going to be running that tight. Yeah,
it looks like he's running low. I'm going to say that he should be safe to make it to the end. Maybe he's just a little bit lower on fuel than what Captain Risky is, just judging by their meters.
Yeah, it goes red at 10 litres, doesn't it? So, yeah, it is looking a little bit sketchy for Lunacy, but hopefully he gets to the end okay. Just the 2 laps left to complete here as he flicks it into the chase once again in second place. I think it's been a measured drive this from Lunacy. Often, I think people up against someone like Matt, who of course is a GT Academy winner, a long-time professional racing driver within the Nissan GT3 program, you know you're up against someone like that and you can often push a little bit too hard. I think it's a good measure of Lunacy's maturity and the head on his shoulders that he recognises that no need to be fighting too hard at this early stage of the race. Yes, there are points on the line, but not a massive amount. And B, you know, it's early doors, and why risk it against Matt, who on paper is always going to be quicker than 95% of the grid?
Yeah, he's certainly put in a very impressive performance here in this stint, and I think it's something that he's been managing to do all across the board. Like, even when he comes in as a reserve driver, whether it's Formula Track Stars or in the Touring Car Series, he puts in a solid effort. He's well entrenched into the top 10, and then even in the TS2 Championship, he's just always thereabouts in that top 3 conversation in pretty well every race. He's had a drop round so far, so that's taken him taken him out of contention on paper, but once those drop rounds come in, he's probably going to be well in the hunt for the TS2 Championship as well.
Yeah, well, it's interesting actually. I was speaking to a driver in the ADAC GT Masters paddock. I won't say exactly who, just in case I get in trouble, but he was telling me, you know, I do some iRacing and stuff, up against the public, and you know, it's like he goes, you guys drive like you don't want to live, and I say, well, that's maybe because there's no risk of actually ceasing to live at the wheel of a sim rig for the most part, and drivers like Lunacy, who seem to be able to keep that measured performance going rather than pushing too hard. I think, you know, there are more incidents in sim races largely because that self-preservation that you get in a real car isn't present, and Lunacy often a great example of how to just keep consistently staying in the top half dozen and getting points. Although I must say, I think he at the moment is watching that fuel gauge. I'm getting the impression that car might be on a bit of a lean fuel mix right now.
It's definitely something. He could be starting to lean things off. The gap's coming in, and I think at this stage it's going to be hard to tell whether we should stick with this one and see how it pans out, or whether we switch around to Mint Matt, who's heading towards...
Risky's had a moment.
Oh no! And he's got engine damage as well.
Oh no! So just as we said that, through the dipper, Risky has lost control of the car and he will fall through the order. Meanwhile, going into the chase for the final time in segment 2 of the Trackstars Bathurst 1000, it is Mint Matt who will continue the streak for the 95 car. DJ held on by the skin of his teeth to take the win in segment 1, and Matt, with a commanding drive in segment 2, stamps his and DJ's authority on the race with a second consecutive segment win. It's Lunacy in second place, then Ridwan will inherit third place, and Loudy Darkmist will move up to fourth place as well, courtesy of Captain Risky's engine damage. Risky won't lose any further places. Aussie Hypnotic calling engine damage on the last lap. I'm not sure what he expects to happen after the flag. Rocker Lilly in sixth place then. He crosses the line to round out the top half dozen for the Ice Racing Group team in sixth place. Captain Muffin in fourth. Rusty Nuts rounding out the top 8 there for RoboSport Nissan. Solid drives from both of the RoboSport representatives. John 27 taking 9th. Xylon will eventually cross the line in 10th ahead of Spud. Painful times for both of the Mash Spud's Lexus drivers. As you rightly said though, Jarman, if any time is to be a bad one, I think segment 2, the shortest segment of the race, and a segment that doesn't determine the final results of the 1000. This is probably the time to get all of the bad form out of the way.
Yeah, it's probably the better one to choose, and there's less points on the line due to the shorter race distance. Also, yeah, it's early on in the race, so there's plenty of time to recover from it all. Spud crossing the line in 11th there. Nightwalker 12th. Says he's done 25 laps, but I don't think that's correct. I think it's more like 23. And Aussie Hypnotic sitting in the pit lane. I think he's going to finish a couple of laps down as well.
Yeah, painful run for both of the WRT outfits, but nonetheless, certainly a compelling stint of racing. We seem to have lost Morgan from the results there entirely, which is a bit troubling.
I'm not sure if he just bailed out of there due to the incidents previously, whether he's just crossed the line and gone, I'm out of here.
Could be the case, yeah. You're displayed as having raced at this point, mate, but I don't think that's quite accurate.
Yeah, it's showing I've been done by the safety car.
Indeed. Another win then for Mint Matt and the 95 crew, who will head into segments 3 and 4 with a huge amount of momentum. That is ideal for them, and I'm sure exciting times for the 95 crew. DJ will be back behind the wheel for stint 3 as we understand it, and he'll be looking to pick up that baton once again with aplomb and the kind of form we've seen out of this man, Maddie Simmons, in race number 2. It will be 35 laps of racing in segment 3, 60 laps in segment 4. I understand we will have Spud for stint 3, unless I'm mistaken there.
Yeah, I
in the
believe
commentary
you're
box,
right
I
in
mean.
that one.
Yes, and given it's 20 past 3 in the morning, I might take at least a temporary break. If I'm still somewhat awake by the end of stint 3, I'll see if I can come back for the final segment. But I think I might take at least a temporary break. But I am also going to try and get some sleep. So I'll have to see whether my participation in the commentary box comes to an end here. But certainly the event is shaping up nicely right now. Those satellite Nissans and the Hondas from the CP and its racing squads are looking like favourites right now, but there's still a long way to go in the Trackstars Bathurst 1000.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time left in this one, but looking strong so far from especially the 95 team. Taking 2 victories so far. They've certainly been the dominant force so far in this race, but of course you certainly can't rule out any of the other competitors from CP Racing, Satellite Racing as well. And who knows, maybe there might be another contender that comes through towards the end. The likes of Loudy Dark Mist maybe might spring a surprise later on in the race. With consistency, they just might show up and steal a win in amongst all the craziness.
Well, absolutely. They've been up there, staying well in the top 10, if not the top 6. To this point in the race, and when the excrement makes contact with the fan, they could take the opportunity to move up the order. The Bathurst bug can bite anyone, and certainly they've had both a clean and a consistent run so far, and that could be exactly what they need to be at the sharp end when it counts. So yeah, absolutely, I'd say that the RoboSport team, particularly the Dark Mist car, is a contender for at least a podium.
Yeah, as we saw last year, it can all turn very crazy very quickly. I think Matt was looking very comfortable towards victory last year and got caught up in a couple of incidents that sent him to the back, and unfortunately that probably proved his undoing in the grand scheme of things as we got to the end of the race. And rather than being out in front, he was trying to fight his way past Diswood and ultimately didn't prevail in that case.
Well, there you go. I'm going to take the opportunity. Well, actually, I'm going to wait to just see that Spud is definitely going to be back with you before I sign out for now. But hopefully, as soon as we see the other half of the... Oh, well, I was just going to talk about the lobby filling up, but clearly DJ's having some issues there.
Yeah, it looks like a few issues going on there. Yeah, in the case that you do decide to jump off and have a bit of a break, then certainly thank you for joining in so far, and maybe we might see you again a bit later on. Looks like there's a whole bunch of practice rooms going on, maybe a few drivers trying to keep sharp between stints 3 and 4. At this stage, I don't see anything from Disappointed. Looks like Spud's got his own room up, so maybe he's not going to join us in the commentary box for stint 3.
Huh. Right. Okay. I'll ask him for some clarification on that.
And I'm getting confirmation that I believe that Disappointed's looking to go do an oil change before his stint.
Yes, I just saw that. 5 horsepower down. I'm hearing from him after that stint, so goodness me.
There we go. Looks like we're back online. I'm just going to take this quick opportunity during the break to go sort out some lunch to keep me going through the day.
Okay, well, we'll fall silent here in the commentary box then for a few minutes, but rest assured, some combination of voices will be ready to go to join you for stint number 3 in just a few moments' time.
Alright, welcome back everyone. We're not too far away from getting underway in stint number 3 of this race. This time around 35 laps on the board. I will apologise in advance, I will be trying to sneak in a bit of quick lunch while we are racing, so if I do go quiet for a little bit, that's why that's the case. Looks like at this stage for now I'll be commentating solo, although I do suspect that Spud will join me at some point, and it appears that he's staying down in the garage to try and iron out some issues with the MSR number 32 as they head into the later stages of this race, trying to get it firing on all cylinders and being well and truly competitive at the pointy end of today's Bathurst 1000. So we're getting the field sorted out here for our 35 lap third stint of this race. Will take us towards lap 101 of this 161 lap race, and then of course the final 60 laps where it'll all be on the line as these 14 teams fight it out for victory here in the Bathurst 1000. Not sure what's happening here, as disappointed. Obviously trying to convey a message to the rest of the field. outside field sorted here for our restart. Disappointed leading the way in the number 95. TH Lunacy in the number 1. He's going to double stint and get his minimum laps out the way. Then we have Ridwan sitting in third. Looks like he'll be getting his minimum laps done as well to hand over to Viper Z at the end. Then we have Slapper's mate. Looks like he'll be doing his final stint here. Captain Risky 21 in 5th place for Satellite Racing. Then it's DSR Devlin, Captain Muffin, Rusty Nuts, John 27, Ratty McForehead, Ando 787, Night Walker, Ozsol Reaper and Sir Slayer. The safety car is in and we get back underway here for stint number 3 of the Bathurst 1000. Disappointed leading the way, Lunacy following close behind into turn 1. Ridwan though hot on the tail of Lunacy. He's got a car that's ran wide at turn 1 by the looks of things. I think that was Devlin. He's dropped a number of spots due to the slow exit. He's all the way down into position number 12. But it's Disappointed leading through Griffiths Bend. Lunacy getting a little out of control. Same for Ridwan out of the corner. That might give Disappointed the gap that he needs here. It's like all drivers holding station at this early point, trying to look through the field, see if there's any battles going on that we can maybe look a bit closer into. John 27, hot on the tail of Rusty Nut 75. He's looking to try and make a move here. And he's got Ratty McForehead to contend with. So Xylon getting his laps out the way early on in the race. Double stinting at the start. Ratty McForehead is going to try and put in a marathon double stint at the end. And run close to 90 laps right at the end of the race as he makes a move for position number 8. Going side by side with John. John's going to hold out on him though. And John will hold on to position number 8 right there. So no way around quite yet for Ratty McForehead as we see Captain Muffin heading into the pits. He's taken damage early on in this stint. Back out in front, we've got Disappointed leading the way. Lunacy sitting in 2nd place, just a second back from Disappointed. I think Disappointed will be buoyed slightly by that race win in the first part of the race. He'll be looking to have another clean run, maybe continue that streak for the It's Racing Esports crew. These two cars from CP Motorsports and Satellite Racing, the likes of TH Lunacy and Ridwan F1, they'll certainly be looking to end the current streak for car number 95. Bit of damage there from Captain Risky. He's heading into pit lane. And all that's going to promote John 27 TCT up into the top 5. Who has Ratty McForehead following closely behind. So a bit of a battle pack brewing here between Slapper's mate John 27 and Ratty McForehead. Be looking for this to heat up very shortly. So an incident there for Slappers, mate. He's dropped down to P6. That's promoted John into position number 4. He's still got Ratty McForehead following closely on the tail. Heading into the chase, he's just a tenth of a second behind. Not quite enough to make a move into P number 4 though. Just caught John running a bit wide through Murray's corner a few moments ago. And now Ratty McForehead up into position number 4. Of course, Ratty has been probably one of the surprise packets of this year's Trackstars Touring Car Series. He's sitting nicely in 3rd place, very much in amongst the mix of the likes of Speedy Tyres, Thiswood and Disappointed. And you could safely say that he's probably been the standout performer from MSR so far this season. And Disappointed's had an incident. I thought that might have been a lap car that was in the wall, but that's actually the race leader of Disappointed. Who's taken a lot of damage on board, and unfortunately for him, no engine damage at all. So that's going to prove rather costly for him in the scheme of this race, although he'd be relying on a safety car to bring him back into contention. So Disappointed heading to pit lane, gets a bit in the grass there, going to cost him slightly with some time. I think he's going to come out behind the likes of Captain Risky and Captain Muffin. So a couple of captains there in today's race. And they're currently sitting in position 7 and 8, fighting for rival teams though. Captain Risky supporting Speedy Tyres in the number 41 Satellite Racing Nissan, and Captain Muffin supporting Duran 50 in the CP Motorsports number 50. Captain punching in the fastest sector, of course just one corner for that first sector, so not entirely representative of lap time, but if you want to start your lap off right, that's certainly the right way to go about it. So something that's probably lost in amongst all this is now that Disappointed's taken that damage, this has promoted TH Lunacy into the lead of the race. The TS2 runner who was holding down a fine second place in the previous stint against probably some more fancied runners. It's now doing a solid job here, leading the race so far. course, he's got Ridwan F1 following close behind. And what is potentially a hard-charging Ratty McForehead, although John 27 has fought back with the fastest lap and is certainly not going anywhere in this battle for third place. So we've just seen Captain Risky dip into the 1 minute 44s with a new fastest lap. So he's recovering nicely from the damage he inflicted earlier on. And he's certainly pressing on with things and trying to get himself back up the order. Gap's closed in slightly between Ridwan F1 and TH Lunacy. What was out to a second just a lap ago, now closed into around half a second. Ridwan now looking to make some moves, try and claim the lead of this race for himself and Viper Z. In the entirety of the race, we're only up to lap 64, 8 laps into this stint. But we are approaching that halfway stage. And probably that point where we're sort of angling towards who's got the pace to compete in this race. Ridwan, although he has closed that gap into Lunacy, sort of stayed steady around that 4 to 6 tenths of a second mark. Slightly better run this time around, maybe making advantage of the slipstream here. He could look to get ahead into the lead of this race. Has a bit of a look on the inside. Don't think he was quite close enough though to do anything meaningful. And in the meantime, someone that is rapidly approaching in the background is Ratty McForehead. It's been a quiet start to the race for the MSR crew, but now it looks like Ratty's going to start to make a push in this double stint. The main question will be is, can he last throughout these last 90 odd laps? I think it'll be 95 laps in total from Ratty McForehead. It might take a toll on him later on in this race. But at this stage, he is closing in fast on the lead battle that involves Lunacy and Ridwan F1. Just did notice on the screen there that Ridwan has taken a bit of suspension damage, so that may affect his ability to push towards taking the lead of this race. Lunacy himself has damage too, so apologies to everyone on the stream, but I did slightly miss that. And this could also be contributing to why Ratty McForehead is closing in so rapidly on the lead battle. You'd say with that damage, it's only a matter of time until Ratty McForehead and even John 27 assume the first 2 positions of this race. And as I say that, Ridwan and Lunacy both jumping into pit lane, so they give up their race lead. Ratty McFord crossing the line, start lap number 10. And he will be our new leader in this Bathurst 1000 race. Just 1.2 seconds a gap between himself and John 27 in the number 34 It's Racing Esports Honda. And just of note, DSR Devlin coming out of pit lane. In car number 13, he's now a lap down on the leaders. Also going a lap down is Nightwalker and Sir Slayer. Disappointed down in 11th place. He's having a bit of a torrid time here. And he could be on the threat of going a full lap down here. So after some very strong first two stints from the car number 95, it's all starting to slightly unravel for this team. We're disappointed now, a minute 30 back from Ratty McForehead. He's heading into the chase and is closing up on the back of him. So just quickly tracking the progress here. So Risky now up in the 4th place, 1:44.2, so very quick lap time there. He's really punching on with things. Maybe laying down a bit of a marker here as well. He's certainly showing everyone that he can match the times that Mint Matt was achieving in that last stint. Although I think they're pretty well tied to Speedy Tyres running this last stint of the race. And then Ridwan F1, his satellite racing teammate, just sitting 4.5 seconds back in 4th place. Got Captain Muffin right on the tail. Battle for 4th position here. Lunacy sitting in 6th spot, so there's 3 or 4 drivers here. Unfortunately copping a bit of damage early on. It's been a slightly eventful affair, but so far no safety car in this one. A bit of damage from the competitors, but nothing too bad to suggest that a safety car is needed. Disappointed pushing on with some fast laps, trying to recover some of that lost time. He'll be one driver really hoping for a safety car intervention here. Back up front, Ratty McForehead still continuing the lead, just slowly eking out that margin to John 27. It's approaching that 2-second bracket. John's still holding on just slightly. say the likes of Captain Risky and Captain Muffin are approaching fast. Though as I say that, there's a bit of a time drop there from Captain Risky. Captain Muffin taking on a bit of damage again. Just watching his times drop down in the intervals. Lunacy sitting in 5th, he'll be hoping to close that gap in now that Captain Muffin has a slight bit of damage. I believe Ridwan has toured the pits again, so looks like he's taken a bit of damage as well. Certainly not what he was hoping for. Soul Reaper jumping in pit lane, doesn't look like he has damage, so maybe this is a bit of a tactical pit stop here. Two lead cars here in this race really pressing on. I think they've actually starting to further distance themselves from the car 995, so I think the plan at the moment is to try and really push him onto being a lap down, though he will eventually gain that lap back later on. It certainly makes things a bit more difficult. Messes with the strategy a little bit. Raddy McForehead now out over a 2-second margin to John 27. He's really off to a fine start here in this third stint. Risky did put in that fast time back on lap 8. Looks like he's fallen off a little bit from Raddy McForehead. And no damage evident here, but John's 27 into pit lane. Could just be a little bit tactical from the It's Racing Esports driver. Maybe looking to get his pit stop out the way while he potentially has some track position. Although Captain Risky has moved out ahead. Lunacy coming around the corner. It's going to be close between these two. Who's going to prevail up into turn 2? At this stage, it looks like John does have the advantage. Lunacy probably has a little bit of momentum, but not quite enough to make a challenge for position number 3. Now the focus from Lunacy will be to put as much pressure as possible on John. See if he can close in that gap on the track and maybe make a move into the podium spots. A little bit of damage there from Raddy McForhead, and he's coming into pit lane. Now it's very possible that this could promote Captain Risky back in the lead of this race. Let's see what happens. Yes, Captain Risky rounding turn 1. He'll assume the lead here on lap 16. Raddy McForhead now coming out of the pits. He'll rejoin in second place. Comfortably ahead of John 27 and Lunacy, who's really piling the pressure on down Mountain Straight. John driving defensively here is going to make Lunacy go the long way around. Not enough grip there for Lunacy to get the job done, and he's taken damage in the process. I think he's collected the wall there. So an ambitious move there from Lunacy, one that was possibly necessary. He wanted to try and make a move there. Unfortunately, it's probably the first mistake that we've seen from Lunacy in this race so far, in what has otherwise been a very stellar performance from him. And it may result in another trip to pit lane. Endo 787 doing a nice job sitting there in 5th place, but he's now about to come under pressure from Grid 1 F1. Grid 1 closing in through the chase. Although he's just dropped back a little bit on the exit. Like on that lap, Grid 1 really hasn't been able to close in as much as he would have hoped. Bit of a better run out of the chase this time. Maybe he'll look to challenge. As Ando heads for pit lane, and Grid 1 joins him as well in a very late decision. Lunacy also jumping into the pits to repair that damage. And we've got a safety car nearly wiping out John 27. So who is the cause of the safety car though? That's Slappers Mate 117 with the engine damage. He's currently sitting in 8th place. I was going to say a bit of a break here for Disappointed. Although he's toured the pit lane again and gone a lap down. But just as he's done that, safety car has returned. And we did get roughly halfway through this stint before we saw the safety car again. So a very commendable effort there from all competitors. So 16 laps of green flag racing. Captain Risky getting his pit stop in. Freddie McForehead retaking the lead of the race. And he'll come under control of the safety car. Past the halfway point here. Field under safety car, Ratty McForehead in the number 45 outer pack. Mash Spuds Racing Lexus leading the way. With John 27 TCT in the It's Racing Esports Honda number 95 following in second place. We do have the likes of Soul Reaper and Disappointed a lap down. And then it's Captain Risky and Lunacy in 3rd and 4th place. Grid 1 F1 sitting in 5th. Then we have Rusty Nut 75 in 6th place. Ando 787 in 7th. Captain Muffin 88 in 8th place, sorry. And then Slapper's Mate 117, who did get the engine damage earlier that triggered the safety car, he's sitting in 9th. And it's Soul Reaper and Disappointed a lap down, although they've now reclaimed their laps. Devlin also reclaiming his lap. Nightwalker looking to catch up to the rest of the field. To potentially get a lap back for himself. So it looks like at least another lap under the safety car here. Amazingly, the safety car only completing lap number 2. So we now have a returning guest joining us in the commentary booth, having just returned from the Mash Spuds Racing Garage, doing a bit of a debrief although he's just said that he's now ducking off quickly again to get some lunch in, so we can accept that. But joining us soon will be Spud P666 once he gets his sandwich consumed. He's been spending a bit of time doing a bit of a debrief in the back of the garage, trying to work with the team engineers, maybe find out a way to extract some speed from his Lexus, make it comfortable for him in that fourth and final stint later on this afternoon. So Nightwalker regaining one lap at least. I believe he will be back on the lead lap. So no communication so far of the safety car returning to pit lane. I am going to assume that we will be another lap away from going back racing. Disappointed back in the queue on the lead lap. Soul Reaper regaining his lap as well. Teflon catching up to the back of the pack. And then we have Nightwalker fast approaching. Slayer, who's a couple laps down, not eligible for the wave around. Looks like we're heading back racing though. Missed the message for the safety car coming in. So we're back underway here, lap 21 of 35 in this third stint. Also lap 77 as we approach the halfway mark in this race. Well, actually we are well over the halfway mark. My maths was a bit wrong there. We're now into lap 87 overall, so it was about 6 laps ago that we were at the halfway point. Brady McForehead off into a lead again, taking it out to 1 second over John 27, who I thought might have had damage, but he doesn't. At least it's not showing on our screens here. But John is coming under a bit of pressure here from Captain Risky. Doing a fine job so far to hold on to second place. Risky not quite making the gains I thought he would, although he started clawing a bit of a margin towards the end of the Conrod Straight. But again, it's still sitting around that 6/10 of the second mark. Meanwhile, Ratty McForehead out to a 1.7 second lead on this first lap after the restart. He's really going on with things here. And he's certainly showing everyone that he means business in the second half of this race. And he may be a driver that we'll have to reckon with, and maybe putting himself firmly in contention for victory this afternoon. Certainly track position proving vital in some stages. And if he can be in the lead for the start of the final stint, that may be of benefit to him. So the gap's just moved out a little bit between John and Captain Risky. A little bit of contact here on the walls. I think that might be from the game more than anything. Maybe lost in a bit of communications between Captain Risky's version of the game and our version of the game. And now, having consumed his sandwich on his lunch break, and Spud P666 joins us here in the commentary box. Welcome back, Spud. Glad to have you back with us.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Just a little bit gutted after that second stint. The car just not feel comfortable at all on that car whatsoever. Been struggling a lot throughout the whole practice sessions, and thought was a good quali car would turn into a good race car. It turned out to be quite the opposite. So unfortunately, I had to take a step back and redress and just try something else. And I have, hopefully, fingers crossed, when my last stint coming up, I might be able to have a decent car. At least that'll keep me on the track and not essentially kill me.
Yeah, fingers crossed you've had those problems sorted out, and obviously taken a bit of time after that stint to debrief things and work on solutions. Hopefully you can get those sorted out for the final part of the race and not be in a world of pain for those last 60 laps.
Yeah, that's right, and it's all about those laps, but it's those last 60 laps that are very crucial, because that'll determine the victor of the Bathurst 1000. As we see, John 27 and a little bit wide on the exit of the cutting there in the number 34. He's double stinting with BB and Brandosa coming in for the final stint for the last 60 laps. I did miss the stream earlier. What happened to DJ? Did he get damage?
I believe it was sort of that Reed Park, Solomon Park area. He just had a yellow flag up there, and I originally thought it was for a lap car, but as it turned out, it was DJ that was tumbling down the order.
Okay.
And so he must have had a moment, maybe through the grate or something like that, and ended up in the wall.
Yep. Been unlucky for DJ, but he's back up into 8th place, so he's on the slow charge. Only about 12 and a bit laps to go for stint 3 of the Bathurst 1000, presented by Trackstars Racing Series. We've got Raddy McForehead. So this, actually, funny enough, Jarman, this is actually his first attempt at the Trackstars Bathurst 1000. He missed out in 2020 and 2021 due to other commitments. This is his first time out in the Bathurst 1000, and he's doing a really solid job there. Unfortunately, he's got at least his teammate managed to put that car on the lead lap in those last 2 stints, and now Raddy McForehead's just been unleashed. He's now pulling away from John and Risky in the other cars behind. But it's good to see the 3 manufacturers occupying the top 3 spots. So with tuning and with performance specification, the cars are really well matched.
Yes, very nicely matched between the 3 cars, although of course Raddy McForehead probably using a bit of his experience with these cars so far in the season, and he's really just stretching out that advantage over John 27, who hasn't quite done as much racing as Raddy has so far this season. And then of course Captain Risky doing a very stellar job here. He is a very fast driver, but maybe taking a bit of time to come to grips with these powerful beasts. He's certainly holding down 3rd spot nicely, but looking to probably progress himself up the order a bit more.
And even if you look down the grid, you see Rick One, who's one of the primary drivers in the touring car championship. He's occupying 5th place, but he's behind 3 co-drivers. So it's very interesting how that all plays out there. You've got some really good co-drivers, John, Risky, and Lunacy. And Lunacy especially doing a really stellar job there in the number 1 CP Motorsports Honda, where that car was a very late entry, or had a very late substitute for a driver, the co-driver. Unfortunately, we're not seeing the return of Rocky 05 after the high speed ring, and they were in a little bit of a scramble to try and find a co-driver, and then Lunacy stepped up, and he's managed to put himself in a really good position at the end of the pit lane. Promotes Rip One back into 4th place, and her behind, then Captain Huffman and DJ and Rusty Huffman start popping down the order. Have you got any damage? believe so.
Yeah, front aero and suspension on the left corner, so we have been speaking high volumes of lunacy throughout the last couple of stints, and unfortunately he has had a few incidents here as the laps have worn on.
He's got a very strict penalty as well.
Not sure how he managed that.
I believe that was in the entry going into the pit. So I think it may have cut a little bit too much, taking a little too much road.
Nightwalker making his stop as well. He's got a bit of damage there on his car.
And really putting in that the consistency on his lap 21 to lap 24, all low 45 and then into the 44. So 3 laps straight in the 44. So it's a really good pace coming out of that 45. Helps back enough of the racing Lexus. Unfortunately, the setup that he's given me to try on my car hasn't really worked. So you can know the difference between a controller and a wheel user that sometimes setups don't really work out. Like Brady McCall is definitely making his setup work, and he's really eking that gap out to Captain Risky, who's just made a move from 27 DCT.
Yeah, sorry, just missed that one actually. I've been paying a bit too close attention to the screen. Maybe John's taken some damage here.
And
He's
I'll
got a lot of damage in that car.
I'll tell you what, being in the car when you get damaged, it doesn't feel like a very long time. It's very hard to go around circulating the track for, say, if you want to do 3 laps with damage or 4 laps, and you have to wait for it. It's not easy at all. It's really tricky because the walls come up to you so quickly and you've got no time to react.
Yeah, it's certainly a bit of a killer once you get that damage, and a track like Bathurst, once you get a bit of damage, it just escalates the problem further on in the race, and you find yourself struggling to keep it off the walls, and it just has a bit of a snowball effect where you just keep getting more and more damage. So sometimes the better move is to just jump into the pit lane, repair the damage, take the bit of a hit and get back to it again. Is disappointed getting all sorts of sideways there through Reed Park. I would like to say that may have been a game glitch, but I'm not quite sure because there isn't really a lot more glitching going on there, so that just must have been a real out of control moment there from Disappointed.
And I will say driving on very, very warm medium tyres isn't really fun at all. So the tyres really start to wear into the car on about lap 7, lap 8, where the car starts to feel a little bit twitchy, a little bit hairy when it comes to the traction zone, especially going up the hill. It's really at its worst, and that's where we saw DJ just have that little moment in the 95 in racing east towards Honda. He's looking to, I feel like he'll be looking to try and keep that car on the lap, on the lead lap and in the queue to finish off the final 35 laps where we will be at the end of lap 30 as the last safety car call. If any calls are made after lap 30, unfortunately there won't be any more safety cars called out. Very lucky.
At this stage it's looking like he's closing in on Captain Muffin here for 5th place, and I'd say that he'd probably even have his sights set on Endo 787 a bit further up ahead if he can get past Captain Muffin. So the likes of a 4th place finish certainly not outside the realms of the possibilities as he tries to go on a bit of a recovery drive here and salvage some points. Of course, we can't forget the points individually, well, handed out at the end of each stint as well, can prove very crucial in the long term for the championship.
Yeah, before Captain Muffin run a little wide through the cuttings, but in a few drives, he's got all sideways and he's almost, jeez, how did he save that? DJ, that's the save of the moment in the 95, wow. That car looked so unhappy going through the grate. And how did he save that and not pop any damage, let alone engine damage? That is an incredible save by DJ as he was trying to get close to Captain Muffin. He's also sideways again.
Yeah, it was a miracle he saved that. He might just need to settle down a little bit here. Maybe, I think he's probably put a bit too much heat in those tyres and he's just overheating things a little bit. Maybe just take a lap or two to just circulate a bit slower, bring those tyre temperatures down and have another crack at it. Because I think the way he's driving at the moment, he's just overheating things a bit too much, and that's what's
Captain
causing
Muffin
those
as well.
moments.
Captain Muffin as well, really having some issues up front as well. So he's having some issues with heating tires as well. But you can see as well, he's also got damage. So that's why DJ is able to close up Captain Muffin very quickly. The damage on the front left of the number 50 CP Motorsport entry. And DJ will be starting to think about making a move on Captain Muffin very simply. Like I said, he needs to pull those tires down at least maybe once after Captain Muffin.
Yeah, you can see he's closing in again. Maybe just might need to take it a bit more cautiously through across the top of the mountain, through the likes of Reed Parks and down through the Great. Just looked like he ran a bit wide there again. He's just
he's also got
a bit
damage.
too hard.
Oh, he's also picked up damage.
I don't. It's not showing on the screen.
Oh, it's towed up quickly. I've had a bit of red, but maybe a little bit of game lag. Unfortunately, looked like it had a little bit of damage. Oh,
he's definitely got damage. And that's engine.
That's engine. Lap 28 of 35 engine damage has gotten to the back end of DJ's 95 car, and that will be a safety car. We'll wait for the safety car call, and it's so unlucky. We saw DJ the last couple of laps really pushing that car to the limit, and I think unfortunately he just pushed it a little bit too much, and that was the end of it, and that was him going up the top of McPhillamy Park all times sideways and without any control of it whatsoever.
Yeah, he's travelling along very slowly. He's really struggling. Maybe he's just going to aim to be completely perfect here. He's got that one corner of the car left to go to get damage. Can he hit the wall and get damage on the left rear corner?
Yeah, that was unfortunately on my end as well. I had the same issue going to McPhillamy, just driving a car that is fully damaged on the car. And it's clean. It's not fun. It's really not fun. It makes it really tricky to get back into the pit lane. We can see there with DJ, unfortunately for him, getting damaged, trying to pass Captain Muffin, listening to Captain Muffin to actually come into the pit lane and fix his car up after getting damaged on his end as well. So Slayer, he's down a couple of laps too. So, any news on the 55 gaining any laps back? Chance to come?
It'll be at the end of this stint. They'll be eligible to receive laps back.
Okay. I wasn't overly too sure. I was in the early part of the group, so I wasn't too sure what was going on with the 55. But as we know, that's good. Only 2 laps down rather than 19 that they started back at a high speed ring, so it'll be a little bit easier, a bit of an easier time for the man to jump into the number 55 and bring that car home. We got Devlin hanging around the back there. So Devlin from Belgium. Very early morning for Devlin, and looking at around about 5:30 in the morning for the European. So very brave and very committed. Devlin to come in through his compulsory through his compulsory laps, and then head straight back to bed.
I'll just duck out quickly while I'm under safety car, so have a short break.
That's all good. Third off the both Garmin, so now you can see here from my side as well. So, like I said, the track is Mount Panorama Bathurst, 6.213 kilometres of this beautiful circuit located on the west of Sydney, over 3 hours drive to Mount Panorama, where you enter the beautiful city. More populated city, but when it comes to Bathurst weekend for supercars for the 12-hour event, the capacity population quadruples in size, and it becomes basically the second largest city in New South Wales behind Sydney. But absolutely, it's a great showing, and it's a great organisation that we have with Trackstars Racing Series to bring you Bathurst 1000. We're about to start lap 30, and this is the final lap where the safety car can no longer be called for drivers. So, thankfully enough, these guys have been able to get their laps completed, and hopefully if we can the next 5 more laps, we might be able to get proper green flag running, and then we get to see who the order will be with Brady McForhead leading the way on worn tyres. Behind is Captain Risky and Group 1 F1, and then at Endo 787 in 32. So we've got a bit of a mix-up between the MSR cars and the satellite cars in the top 4, with John being the fastest Honda in 6th place ahead of Captain Muffin, and Lunacy rounding up the top 8. It is the first time that Raddy McCawhead's making an appearance at Bathurst for the Bathurst 1000. He missed out those last 2 years, but now he's in and he's doing a stellar job in that 45, and you'll definitely see him in the last stint of the last 60, the remaining 60 laps of what is 100, or will be 161 laps at the conclusion of the final stint. And Benji going to pull the safety car here. Looks like the pack is starting to catch up. Track Stars Racing Series black and red Nissan GTR safety car. I think it's really a minute like he did at the end of that first stint, where he was a little bit hairy on the side. I think we made a few mistakes, but we've got a few drivers as well making mistakes on the safety car as well. Keep that clean. Now he's on the straight, and we'll start to pull away at the Audi banner. And Raddy McCawhead's going to keep that car pointing nice and straight. No more weaving for the drivers. They all bunch up for the restart, the final restart of the track of stint 3 of the Track Stars Racing Series Bathurst 1000. Raddy McCawhead leads, Captain Risky leads Gridwan and Ando, and with Rusty Nuts, a solid performance for Rusty Nuts to be inside the top 5, but he knows he's got some fast drivers behind him, and he'll want to keep that car clean. In fact, Blue Rocks 22 in the fourth and final stint as we get ready for the restart.
Yes, Raddy McCawhead bringing them in at a very slow pace here. Looks like he's tactically doing this. I reckon he's going to punch it out of this final corner here and get us back underway. No, he's toying with everyone a bit. That was probably a bit bordering on dangerous, to be honest. I think he should have been trying to keep it 140 there. And I think that's caused a bit of an incident there with Captain Risky, who's in the fence, copped engine damage.
Oh, that is not what they wanted. Rusty Nuts has been involved in that as well. So very late restart for Raddy McCawhead. So we'll have to wait and see what happens from the stewards. It looks like it's going to be pit lane penalty for car 45. So Raddy McCawhead has entered the pit lane and served stop go penalty 2.6 seconds. Picking up between him and John 27 CCT, which actually will promote John 27 into the lead. Ahead behind is Gridwan and Nando 787, Lunacy and Soul Reaper in 6th, DJ and Platinum 8 rounding up the top 8. Unfortunately, very hesitant restart there for Raddy McCawhead. As we see as well, John has also got damaged, a bit of a cluster, kind of like you could say a bit of a Valkyrie podcast moment back in Portimao.
Yeah, it was a bit of a rough one there, but I think he would have been fine if he managed to at least get to and hold that 140 Ks, but sort of travelling along at 100 kilometres an hour after coming out of the corner probably wasn't an acceptable way to restart the race.
We'll wait and see what Raddy McCawhead does at the end of this lap. Will he jump into the pit lane? Will he just... I was just see a car go spinning around. That was Soul Reaper. He's made an accident. He's just flipped the grass, and he is into the gravel, at least trying to keep that car off the gravel trap. And there we have Raddy McCawhead in the pit lane, serving his pit lane penalty, unfortunately, for a late restart on the exit on the final safety car restart on lap 30. Now John takes that lead away from Gridwan, but he's got damage. So does Gridwan. I believe the car behind that doesn't have damage is Lunacy. We'll need to confirm that. He's flying through.
Yeah, so Lunacy doesn't have damage. He's through in the second place here with 4 laps to go. And then it's Gridwan in third, Ando 787 in fourth, and then Disappointed in fifth. Just got to deal with some comments here on the YouTube section shortly, so I'll deal with that.
DJ right behind Ando, 707. Ando's struggling to get that car turned around. I think he's also got damage after that restart. And that promotes DJ back into 4th place. He will hand that car to Ben Matt for the final time in stint 4. He'll want to get that car up as high as he can. So 3rd place could be on the cards for DJ for a wounded Grid 1 F1 car 56 in 3rd place. Ando in 5th. And then we got Slacker's mate 117 showing some really good pace in the number 156 Robo Sport Racing Nissan GTR. They're doing a really mighty performance there for Slacker's mate to keep that car up. We saw in race 1, he actually ran out of fuel, as we see DJ now making that move on Grid 1 F1. A much better car to be compared to Grid 1 with that damage. And unfortunately, Grid 1's going to have to deal with the pain for the last couple of laps, try and get as close as he can and maintain at least the top 5 positioning. As we have Reddy McCawhead in the car in 10th place. It's starting to get real quickly there, so a little bit unfortunate for Reddy McCawhead, but I guess rules for rules. I think he lost that a little bit too late on the restart.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where he's going to have to cop the penalty and just move on with it. There's still another 62 laps left in this race for him to make his way back towards the front. But at the moment, John 27 out to a 4-second lead here in car number 34. And it's very possible that he's going to be handing this car over to Brandosa for the final 60 laps. And Brandosa will be carrying that tribute to his father on the bonnet for those final 60 laps, leading the field away for the end of the race.
It'll be very fitting for John 27 to bring that car, the car 34, to the victory of stint 3, and that'll mean a lot to Brandosa when he gets into the car for the final thing. It'll be an emotional last 60 laps for Brandosa, but I know he'll be doing really well to try and get that car where he wants it, up the front. As I look down, I don't see Grid 1 in 4th place anymore, so it looks like he's just coughing the brunt of all that damage, and he's just dropping down the field really quickly. So he was up as high as 4th place on the last lap, getting overtaken by DJ, but now he's dropped down to 7th with all of that damage caused by the restart that was caused by Reddy McCawhead. Him, it was Reddy McCawhead, Grid 1, John, Captain Risky, Rusty Nuts, Ando 787, all got caught up on that restart and all suffering damage. The ones that haven't got damage are occupying 2nd and 3rd place.
So 2 laps ago here, John 27 leading the way. About 3.7 seconds of gap between himself and Lunacy. And he has gone purple in that first sector, but of course, as we all remember, it's only really one corner, although it is pretty crucial to get that first corner right. But he is holding on to a nice little lead there. You would say that with barring any mistakes, he will hold on to this win in here in race number 3.
Doing really well to keep that car pointing straight with that front error damage compared to Lunacy. You can see that he's got a lot more pace in that car compared to Lunacy, in the sense that even if it has damage, he's still able to pull away. The setups were very crucial for the It's Racing Esports team to actually have that car pointing in the right direction, even with damage on the car. DJ also has got a nice clean car as well, and he'll be looking to try and close up to Lunacy and make any inroads if he can try and finish out and make it in race 1 2. But it's going to take a miracle to see that happening, but you never know. Ando in 4th, Captain Muffin in 5th place on the back end of Ando 787. As he got that really good slipstream, he fast to the inside, outside that will turn into the inside of Ando. He's just giving him the indicator, tell him to make the pass. It looks like he's also got as well. That Ando did sustain damage on that safety car restart.
Yeah, a bit of a straight line deficit as a result of that damage, so Ando probably just putting the hazard lights on, just saying, here, you can have that spot, I'm not going to fight you for it. There's still 60 laps to go in this race, with 61 if you count this one that we're on now. And Captain Muffin just running a little bit wide there. as he tries to chase down third place on the last lap. I don't know if he's going to get close enough to make it happen, but he's really going to give it his best shot, that's for sure.
I don't think we'll see any more lead changes or any position changes. Maybe with Brady McForehead, he might be able to close up and try and at least get himself inside the top 8 and overtake Nightwalker. As I say that, he's just made the move from Nightwalker 94 through Griffin, and he's inside the top 8 after that pit lane penalty. Final time through the dipper for John Stint. All he can do is bring that car home straight, and all he can do is put a smile in the It's Racing Esports garage. Will be 3 from 3 from the It's Racing Esports team. On execute the chase and Murray's corner for the final time. Car 34 leading the way into stint 3, which will lead the way for the final stint lap of the Bathurst 1000. Lunacy will be handing the car over to Diswood, and DJ will be bringing in Matt for that final stint. So it's going to be a juicy finish, Jarman.
Yes, it's going to be reminiscent of last year's thrilling battle over the closing laps between Diswood and Mint Matt. And of course, it'll be Brandosa leading the way as John 27 rounds the final corner and heads across the start-finish line and makes it 3 for 3 for It's Racing Esports here today in the Bathurst 1000. Lunacy crosses the line in second place and will be disappointed who finishes with a top 3, although Captain Muffin has really reduced that gap. So it's a Honda 1, 2, 3, 4 here in race number 3. Captain Muffin finishing 4th. Ando 787 putting yourself in a very nice position there in position number 5. Then we have Slapper's Mate in 6th. Ridwan crossing the line 7th. Ratty McForehead in 8th after that pit lane penalty. Nightwalker in 9th. DSR Devlin rounding out the top 10. And then Soul Reaper, who had that incident down at the chase after that restart, recovers for 11th place. And then it'll be Captain Risky in 12th. Not an ideal finish for car number 41, although I still definitely wouldn't rule them out in the last 60 laps of this race. Sir Slayer, he will be 2 laps down at the start of the final stint.
Absolutely, and we all got the team radios from the drivers after that last safety car restart. We're getting team radios from Satellite Racing, Robo Sport, all the teams, everyone's restarts were just unfortunate. The team's radios were just all blowing up, just trying to get to the steward's attention to be like, what the hell was that on that restart? As we see Rusty Nuts crossing the line in 13th and on the lead lap with Sir Slayer, 2 laps down in the 55 with Gabans going to bring that car home for the final stints. The last 60 laps, Mount Panorama, the Bathurst 1000. As we dissect the end of stint 3, with victory belonging to John 27 TCT, with EBM Brandosa jumping in the car for the final stint in for car 34. The final stint will be broadcasted to you very shortly as we look to see out the conclusion of the Trackstars Racing Series Bathurst 1000. It's going to be an awesome one. We've got the top drivers, the best of the best drivers jumping in for the final 60 laps, and we can't wait to see who will come out on top and claim who will be crowned champion of the mountain, the king of the mountain for Trackstars Racing Series. Could it be Speedy? Can he go 3 from 3? Will it be Diswood? Can he go back to back, or can Matt finally break the drought in the It's Racing Esports team and get himself the victory that he needed after getting a wonderful being the pace setter of the Trackstars qualifier and top 6 shooter? We'll find out in due time. But in the meantime, as we get ourselves ready, we'll leave you guys with a break to sit back, relax, grab a drink, grab some food, and enjoy the last 60 laps of stint 4 of Mount Panorama, Bathurst.
Bring them in at a very slow pace here. Looks like he's tactically doing this. I reckon he's going to punch it out of his final corner here and get us back underway. Oh no, he's toying with everyone a bit. Slow pace here. Looks like he's tactically doing this. I reckon he's going to punch it out of his final corner.